Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I used to think the scariest thing at church camp was the lake at night, until I saw my room, my bed, and my face in a notebook that did not belong to me. That was almost 20 years ago. Right now, as I'm recording this for you, I am not at a camp. I am sitting in a tiny second-floor apartment over a Walmart parking lot in Columbus, Ohio. There is a wall AC unit humming a few feet from my head. My fridge is buzzing behind me, and every couple of minutes I hear that friendly beep beep of someone locking their car down in the lot. It is the kind of background noise that is supposed to make you feel safe, normal, alive. Last week, I came home from a night shift at the grocery store just off Hamilton Road. It was a little after 11. The parking lot was mostly empty, just a couple of cars under the yellow lights and the white glow from the Walmart sign across the street. I climbed the stairs like I always do, keys in my hand, half asleep, thinking about microwaving leftovers and passing out on the couch. And then I saw the box, just a small brown package, sitting dead center on my doormat in that narrow strip of hallway, lit by a flickering exit sign. No Amazon logo, no courier sticker. My full name written on the label, my apartment number, and no return address at all. I almost stepped over it. I almost told myself it was for a neighbor. But something about how neatly it was placed, how perfectly it lined up with my door, made my skin crawl in a way I can't really explain. Inside that box was a cheap digital watch with a bright green plastic band. The exact same watch I lost when I was 12 years old at a church camp 2 hours south of here. Underneath the watch, there was a single sheet of printer paper. On it, in pencil, was a drawing of the room I am in right now. My couch, my crooked floor lamp, the blinds half open to the Walmart lot. The angle was all wrong, like it was drawn from just above my doorway, from a place no one is supposed to be able to stand. At the bottom of the drawing, in the same tight block letters I have tried very hard to forget, someone had written, "Second real one. This time I'll finish." If you think that sounds dramatic, I need you to understand something before you click away. This is not the first time that handwriting has described the room I sleep in. I am writing this from a second-floor apartment that was never meant to be anyone's final stop. If you have ever lived above a parking lot, you know the kind of place I am talking about. Beige siding, thin walls, a stairwell that smells faintly like cigarettes and old rain, and a hallway lit by a buzzing exit sign that never completely turns off. My front window looks straight out over the north end of a Walmart parking lot off Hamilton Road in Columbus, Ohio. The view is a rotating slideshow of minivans, lifted trucks, and shopping carts someone never bothered to put back. Right now, the Walmart sign is bleeding white and blue light across the asphalt, and it seeps through the cheap blinds in my living room. Somewhere out there, a car lock chirps twice. I can hear the distant squeak of a cart being pushed too fast, one bad wheel doing that periodic squeal every few seconds. The rest of the city, at this hour, is mostly just a low, constant hum. Highway noise, a siren way off, a motorcycle ripping past like it does not know what time it is. Behind me, My fridge is humming the way it always does, never quite in tune with the AC unit in the wall. The two sounds fight with each other, one high, one low, like they cannot agree on who gets to be background noise. Every few minutes, the fridge clicks off with a tired sigh. The AC hesitates as if it might die too, then starts up again with a wheeze. Through the wall to my right, my neighbor's TV leaks muffled laughter from some late-night sitcom. Above me, the guy in 304 has a very specific footstep. Slow, heel first, like he is pacing the same track over and over. For most of my 20s, that was what comfort sounded like to me. Other people, other lives, machines doing what they were supposed to do, things that stayed on and stayed where they were put. When you work nights like I do, you learn to take comfort in the ugly, ordinary sounds that mean the world is still running more or less the way you left it when you clocked out. I work the night shift at a 24/7 grocery store a few minutes from here, just off the same stretch of road. If you are picturing something bright and clean, dial that down by about 30%. The fluorescent lights overhead buzz like they are full of bees. The floor tiles are permanently gray, no matter how many floor is wet signs we put out. There is always one freezer door that never quite seals and makes a soft, defeated shh sound when you walk past. Most of my night is spent in those aisles. I block displays with stacks of canned soup. I face shelves so all the labels are neat. I answer the intercom when it beeps, and a bored voice from self-checkout says, "Clean up on aisle 9, like they are reading a death sentence. Around 3 in the morning, we get the regulars. Cops drifting in for burnt coffee and donuts. Uber drivers buying energy drinks. The same older woman in a heavy coat who buys exactly 1 loaf of bread and 2 bananas every Wednesday, no matter the weather. The intercom is its own character. There is a small plastic box behind the customer service desk with a button that sticks. When you press it, the entire store jerks to attention for half a second. A tone rings out overhead, followed by whatever message someone decides to send through the tinny speakers. Manager to the front, security check, section 3. Or, my personal favorite, said in the flattest voice imaginable, mop aisle 9. I have done this long enough that my body runs on store time, not clock time. My dinner is a microwaved burrito in the break room at midnight. My morning is when I walk out under that sickly yellow parking lot light at 6 a.m. and squint because it feels too bright. My evening is when the sun is going down and normal people are driving to normal jobs, and I am trying to cram in a few hours of pretend sleep before the alarm goes off and I start the cycle again. On paper, I am just another guy in his late 20s who got stuck in a job he never really meant to keep this long. I pay my rent on time. I keep my head down. I do not have a criminal record. The most exciting thing about me until recently was probably that I can tell you which night of the week drunk college kids are most likely to knock over an entire end cap of chips. Friday. Always Friday. That is part of why I am not sending this to the police. And it is definitely why I am not sending it to a therapist. Police want things they can bag and label and log. Fingerprints, shoe prints, timestamps, statements that can be cross-checked. Therapists want you to close your eyes and talk about how what happened makes you feel and what you want your life to look like afterward. I am not there. I do not know if I am ever going to be there. What I want is much simpler and probably more pathetic. I want there to be a record of what is happening now and of what happened when I was 12 in a cabin by a lake, before the part of my life I keep trying to call normal ever started. So I am writing it here, the way so many people do now when they have something ugly chewing holes in the back of their mind. In an email draft, meant for a horror channel on YouTube, the kind that reads true stories in a calm voice over dark footage of empty rooms and lonely highways. You might hear this someday. You might not. But at least it will exist somewhere other than my hard drive and my skull. I should tell you that, up until last week, the noises in this apartment were enough to keep my thoughts small. The AC hum, the fridge cycling, the neighbor's TV, the constant cheap buzzing of the exit sign in the hallway just outside my door. A sound so steady that when it cuts off for a second during a power blip, the silence makes my heart climb into my throat. I never used to notice that silence until all of this started. It was just a glitch, a momentary inconvenience while the lights flickered and the AC coughed and restarted. Now, that 1 second where everything dies at the same time is the worst part of my day. Because in that second, every other sound that does not belong stands out like someone shouting in a church. I will get to that, to the sound I am talking about, to why I cannot walk past my own front door without imagining somebody on the other side with a pencil in their hand. What you need to know first is this. Last week, I came home from work like any other night. I parked in my usual spot under the busted street lamp at the edge of the lot. I listened to my car tick as the engine cooled, to the distant cart collector rattling metal on concrete, to the faint thump of bass from someone's car stereo drifting by on Hamilton Road. I climbed the same concrete stairs I have climbed 1,000 times, my shoes slapping the same pattern, my hand sliding over the same sticky patch on the railing 2 steps from the top. And there, in that narrow slice of hallway outside my apartment, under the buzzing green exit sign and in front of my door, something waited that should not have been there. Something small, something ordinary, something that did not look dangerous at all. Until I realized how far it had traveled and how long it had been gone to find its way back to me. It took that box on my doormat less than 10 seconds to pick up a thread I have been trying to drop since middle school. Since a church camp I never wanted to remember. Since a boy named Darren and a sketchbook that should have been burned the day I first opened it. The night the box showed up did not feel special when it started. If anything, it felt painfully, stupidly normal. I clocked out at 11:07 p.m. exactly. I know the time because our punch clock is one of those little square machines that stamps your card with a loud ka-chunk, and the numbers burned into the strip of paper that night stuck in my head. Maybe because it felt like the last moment I got to be just a guy finishing his shift. The store was mostly empty by then. One semi was idling out back by the loading dock, its engine rumbling low through the concrete walls like a distant storm. The last customer I rang up was a guy in a faded hoodie who bought a 6-pack and a microwavable burrito, paid in crumpled bills, and left without looking at me once. Stacy was wiping down the lottery counter, her earbuds in, nodding to a song only she could hear. Jamal was stacking cereal boxes, talking softly into his phone, probably to his girlfriend again. The air inside the store always smells like some combination of spilled soda and floor cleaner. When the automatic doors hissed open and I stepped out, the chill in the parking lot felt almost clean by comparison. The sky was that flat, empty black you only really see over big lots and highways, where the light pollution eats every star before it can get comfortable. I cross the parking lot out front, my work shoes squeaking a little on patches of damp concrete. A few cars were scattered under the tall lamps, a lonely sedan, a pickup with rust eating the rear bumper, a police cruiser parked off to the side with no one inside. The idling truck at the dock sent up little puffs of ghost-white exhaust into the cold air. My car was in its usual spot near the far edge, under a street lamp that flickers about once every 2 minutes, like it has a nervous tick. I fumbled my keys out of my pocket, dropped them once, swore under my breath, and finally hit the unlock button. The headlights blinked awake, washing over the front of the building and the nearest cart corral. As soon as I opened the driver's door, the familiar scent hit me. Stale, fast food wrappers, cheap air freshener trying and failing to mask it, and that faint burned plastic smell old dashboards get. I slumped into the seat, tossed my name tag onto the passenger side, and sat for a moment with my hands on the wheel, just letting the silence fill in around me. Then I turned the key, and the engine coughed itself into a rough idle. The drive home was muscle memory, out of the lot, left at the light that never seems to be on my side, past the dingy gas station with 2 dead pumps and a flickering sign advertising cigarettes I have never seen anyone actually buy. I passed a diner that shut down before the pandemic and never reopened. The metal letters that used to spell breakfast all day are gone, but the outline of the words is still darker on the wall, like a ghost advertisement that refuses to fade. Hamilton Road at that hour is a different animal. Less traffic, more long, empty stretches where your headlights only catch reflective signs for miles of nothing. A pair of taillights way off ahead of me, shrinking with every turn. A single delivery truck going the other direction, splash of light, gone. My radio was off, like it always is after a night shift. The only noise was the tires against the road and the little rattles my car makes over every crack in the asphalt. Then, up ahead, the glow started to appear. The big Walmart sign, floating above the horizon like some cheap holy thing. White rectangle, blue letters, that little starburst logo. No matter how tired I am, that sign always hits me the same way. Like a reminder that yes, I live right behind that. My apartment complex is tucked just beyond the edge of their lot, as if someone built the housing as an afterthought once they realized the store needed workers to come from somewhere. I turned into my complex, the tires rolling from smooth pavement onto the rougher, patched-together surface of our parking area. There is this one spot near the side where the gravel has bled out from the edges onto the asphalt, and you can feel and hear it crunch under the wheels. I pulled into my usual space, killed the engine, and sat for a second in the sudden quiet, listening to the faint ticking sound the car makes as the metal cools down. When I stepped out, the cold bit through my work shirt, slipping straight through the thin cotton. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and somebody's laundry detergent drifting from the row of units to the left. Farther away, the Walmart lot exhaled its own smells. Gasoline, hot brakes, and whatever blend of fryer grease and floor cleaner leaks out whenever those automatic doors slide open. I hit the lock button on my key fob, and my car answered with a soft beep-beep and a blink of the hazard lights. That sound, that little 2-note chirp, is one of those tiny modern noises you stop hearing after a while. Lately, I hear it too clearly. Every time, it reminds me how easy it is to make something secure with just a thumb press and a tiny machine inside a door. My building looked exactly the way it always does from the lot. Tired. The beige siding has gone more gray than tan from weather and neglect. Rust streaks bleed down from the metal brackets holding up the wall-mounted AC units. One of the upstairs windows has a cardboard square taped over the bottom corner where somebody broke the glass months ago, and management decided to monitor the situation instead of fix it. There is a single security camera bolted high at the end of the second-floor hallway, pointing down the length of it like a lazy eye. It is one of those cheap plastic domes you can buy online, and I have never been entirely convinced it even records anything, but it blinks a little red LED like it is trying its best. I climb the stairs, hands sliding along the metal railing, each step echoing just enough that I could almost hear it come back to me. The closer I got to my floor, the more the hallway light took over. That sickly greenish glow from the exit sign, painting everything in a way that makes colors look wrong. I turned the corner onto my hallway, already fishing for the right key on the ring. Head down, eyes half on my phone out of habit. I registered the shape in front of my door, only as something at first. A darker block against the dull carpet, low and wide. For half a second, my brain told me someone was sitting there waiting. My stomach lurched like it does when you miss a step you were sure was there. I jerked my head up, heart slamming once, hard. No person, no shadow lurching to its feet. Just a box, a small brown cardboard box, about the size of a shoebox cut in half, sitting perfectly centered on my doormat. The doormat itself is an ugly thing I bought on sale, a rectangle that says "Welcome" in letters that have already faded from black to a sort of depressed charcoal. The box was lined up so neatly with the edges that it looked like someone had measured it with a ruler. There was no Amazon smile on the side, no familiar courier logo, no bright branded tape. Just plain brown cardboard and a strip of clear packing tape running across the top, pressed down carefully with no bubbles or wrinkles. I stood there for a moment, breathing too loud in my own ears, feeling stupid for how hard my heart had jumped at the sight of it. Packages get misdelivered all the time. People order things and forget they are coming. Those were the thoughts I tried to shove into my head. They did not fit quite right. I bent down and picked it up. It had weight, but not much. Something shifted faintly inside, with a soft, dull knock when I moved it. Too solid to be clothes, too quiet to be anything loose like books. I turned it in my hands until I found the label. My name was there, not just resident or current occupant. My full name, first and last, spelled correctly in neat block letters. Underneath that, my apartment number, 302. No building mix-up, no sorry, wrong door. Where the return address should have been, there was only white space. Someone had typed the template, from and to, but only bothered to fill out the second part. I felt a small, cold knot form under my ribs. There are a lot of apartments stacked in this complex, a lot of tired people ordering a lot of cheap stuff online. But this box was not for one of us. It was for me specifically. It had come all the way through whatever system it had to pass through. One blank half of its label, and one half very carefully completed, to land right here on my worn-out welcome mat. For a second, I considered leaving it there, just stepping over it, unlocking my door, and pretending I had not seen anything. But the hall is narrow, and the box took up more space than it looked like from down the stairs. To ignore it, I would have had to literally climb around it, and I knew If I did that, I would spend the whole night knowing it was right outside, waiting. So I slid my keys back into my pocket, palmed the box against my chest with one arm, and fished out the right key with the other hand. The metal scraped against the lock like it always does before it finds its way in. I turned it, felt the deadbolt slide, and shoved the door open with my shoulder. As I stepped inside, I gave the door a little kick with my heel to close it behind me, the way I always do when my hands are full. It swung shut with a hollow thud. A half second after it latched, I heard a sound from the hallway outside, a tiny mechanical click, just audible through the cheap wood. The hallway camera. That cheap plastic thing at the end of the corridor had just adjusted, or focused, or done whatever it does when it registers movement. I stood in my narrow entryway, the box suddenly feeling heavier in my hands than it had in the hall. The apartment was full of its usual noises, the fridge humming, the AC wheezing, a muffled voice from my neighbor's TV. But all I could hear in my memory was that soft click from just beyond my door. It struck me, very quietly and very clearly, that whatever was inside this box had not arrived here by accident. I carried the box into the kitchen because I did not want to open it in the dark of the living room. That sounds stupid, even as I write it, but that was the logic my tired brain landed on. More light, less weird. My kitchen is barely big enough to deserve the name. It is a strip of countertop, a sink, 2 cabinets, and an ancient white fridge that hums like it is dragging a chain behind it. The overhead light is a single fluorescent tube, half hidden behind a yellowed plastic cover. When I flipped the switch, it stuttered 3 times before it caught, flooding the room in that harsh, sickly light that makes everything look more tired than it already is. The air in there had that particular smell. It always does after a few long days. Old takeout containers that should have been thrown out yesterday, cheap dish soap, and the faint chemical tang from the cleaner I spray on the counter to pretend I am winning the war against sticky spots. The fridge motor kicked up a notch as if noticing it had an audience, a low drone under the buzz of the light. I set the box down on the laminated countertop, right in the only clear patch between the sink and the microwave. For a second, I just stood there, hands on either side of it, feeling how cool the cardboard was under my fingers. My heart had mostly stopped racing, but there was still that tight pressure in my chest, like my body knew something my head was trying not to think about yet. The tape across the top was one long strip, pressed down very neatly. I reached for the drawer by the stove, slid it open, and took out the knife I use for everything from cutting vegetables to opening ramen packets. The blade is dull from abuse. It barely qualifies as sharp anymore. I wedged the tip under the edge of the tape. The cardboard resisted for a second, then gave way with a soft, sticky purr-rip. The sound was too loud in the small kitchen. I dragged the knife along the seam, the metal rasping against the cardboard, leaving a fuzzy torn channel in its wake. When I finished the cut, I set the knife down, and it made a little clink as it tapped the counter. It is strange, the way your brain clocks every tiny noise when you are on edge. The hum of the fridge, the fluorescent buzzing above me, the faint, irregular thump of my upstairs neighbor walking around, and under all of it, the almost inaudible whoosh of my own breathing. I peeled the flaps of the box open. Inside, someone had packed it carefully. Wadded up brown paper cradled something in the center, cushioning it like it was fragile. I slid my hand in, fingertips brushing the crinkled paper, and felt something small and solid underneath. I lifted it out, pushing the paper aside. It sat in the center of my palm like a dead insect. A cheap digital watch with a bright neon green plastic casing. For a heartbeat, my brain refused to connect what my eyes were seeing to anything real or possible. It was just an object. Plastic, scratched. The kind of thing you could buy at any big box store for $10. The display was dark and empty, faint scuffs crawling across the screen from years of wear that I did not remember until I saw them again. Then it hit me. It can't be. I heard myself say out loud, voice sounding wrong in my own kitchen. The watch wasn't just familiar. It was specific. The shape of the digits on the blank screen, the little crack in the casing at the bottom where I had smacked it on a metal railing in 7th grade, the way the band had a slightly darker, worn patch near the buckle from where I always fiddled with it during class. I have not seen this watch since I was 12 years old. Conversation threads from years ago unspooled in my head all at once. My dad, standing in the electronics aisle at our old Walmart, holding up 2 different watches and asking which one looked more high-tech. The way he had grinned, that forced, tired grin, when I picked the neon green one, even though it was a couple of dollars more. The plastic smell when I opened the package on our kitchen table. The beep-beep of the alarm the first time I set it. Wearing it every single day because it was the closest thing I had to something that felt like mine. And then, the cabin, the lake, the bunk bed, waking up from camp and realizing my wrist was bare. I stared at the watch in my hand until my vision blurred. The room felt too bright and too small. The idea that this exact object, this little green piece of my 6th grade life, had somehow reappeared in a box on my current kitchen counter made my stomach pitch in a way I do not have a good word for. There are only a few ways an item you lost as a kid comes back to you as an adult. All of them involve someone hanging on to it, someone who knew exactly whose it was. I swallowed, my throat dry, and set the watch carefully on the counter like it might explode if I dropped it. It made a tiny plastic knock as it hit the laminate. The fridge hummed louder for a second, as if reacting. There was something else in the box. Under where the watch had been, I could see the edge of white paper. Folded once, edges crisp. I reached in again, fingers brushing the rough cardboard, and pulled it out. It was just a piece of ordinary printer paper, doubled over. No writing on the outside. I unfolded it, the crease making a soft cracking sound as it gave way. For a moment, I did not fully understand what I was looking at. It was a pencil drawing, detailed, shaded, meticulous. The lines were dark and confident, pressed hard enough into the paper that when I ran my thumb lightly across them, I could feel the ridges. And it was my living room, not just a generic living room that happened to be shaped like mine. My living room. I could see my secondhand couch, the sag in the middle cushion captured perfectly. The tilted floor lamp I bought at a thrift store, drawn just as crooked as it leans in real life. The cheap blinds on the window, bent in one slat, where I snagged them months ago. Through the narrow opening between them, the artist had sketched the faint suggestion of the Walmart sign outside, its glow reflected as pale smudges on the dark. On the coffee table in front of the couch, there was the chipped corner I always notice when I bump my knee against it. The drawing had that chip, a tiny notch in the outline, like whoever made it had run their finger over the real damage before translating it to paper. The old power strip on the floor, overloaded with plugs, was there too. Each socket and cord carefully shaded. Even the small things were right. The dented metal trash can by the TV stand. The hairline crack running down one patch of paint near the ceiling. The way the cable from the router sags before it disappears behind the entertainment unit. None of that is visible from outside my apartment. None of it is on any listing photos or social media posts. You would have to stand in my doorway or inside my living room to know those details. And yet, the angle of the drawing was wrong for either. It was not drawn from eye level, like someone standing in the middle of the room. The perspective was higher, tilted down slightly, as if the person looking in was standing up on something just outside the doorway, peeking over the top of the frame, or hanging in the air above my threshold. It gave the whole scene a warped, uneasy feeling, like those security camera screenshots you see online, where a fisheye lens turns a familiar room into something strange and distorted. My couch looked a little longer than it should. The floor stretched slightly, as if the room was being observed from a place where nobody should be able to stand. I found myself glancing over my shoulder at the actual doorway, half expecting to see someone there, framed in the cheap wood, holding up a camera or a sketchbook. There was nothing, just the dim rectangle of my hallway, empty, with that faint green halo from the exit sign bleeding around the edges. My eyes went back to the drawing, down, this time, to the bottom right corner, near where my TV stand sat in graphite. There, in small, tight block letters that dug deep into the paper, somebody had written, "Second real one. This time I'll finish." The words hit me harder than the watch had. My vision tunneled for a second, the kitchen pulling away from me. I could feel my pulse in my teeth. The handwriting was wrong for an adult, too controlled, too stiff, the way you write when you are still learning how to make letters behave. The S's and R's had a specific shape to them, a little too straight, like they were being copied off something. I knew that handwriting. I knew that phrase. I had seen it once before, in pencil dents so deep they almost tore the paper, underneath a different drawing of a different room I should have been safe in. I have not heard those words, not even in my own head without trying to push them away, since a weekend in 6th grade, in a cabin by a lake, drawn by a kid I never saw again. To explain that phrase on the drawing, I have to go back to 2007, to Knox Middle School. If you have never been there, you can probably still picture it. Every town in America has a Knox of some kind. Ours was a long, low brick building that always smelled like disinfectant, sweat, and cafeteria pizza that had been sitting under heat lamps for just a little too long. The front lawn had a flagpole with chipped white paint and a sign that still said, "Home of the Eagles," even though no one had updated the mascot art since the 80s. The inside was a maze of beige halls, brown lockers, and bulletin boards layered with flyers no one read. When I think about that building, the first thing I remember is the sound. The buzz of the fluorescent lights in the hallways, that constant faint electric whine that you stopped hearing until someone turned them off. The squeak of sneakers on waxed floors, the shriek of the bell, every period, always 2 seconds out of sync with the clock above the teacher's desk. The slam, slam, slam of locker doors after last period, like a metal stampede. Every morning, my mom's old Civic would pull up to the curb, tires crunching over the same crack in the pavement. I would climb out with my backpack slung too low, watch the red taillights disappear as she looped around the lot, and then get sucked into the stream of kids funneling through those double doors under the watchful eye of an assistant principal who never seemed to blink. I was not a popular kid. I was not the kind of loser who got shoved into lockers either. I occupied the vast invisible middle, not cool enough for the athletes, not weird enough for the theater kids, not smart enough for the honors crowd, not reckless enough for the ones already experimenting with cigarettes behind the dumpster. I existed in that soft, dull gray zone where you can go an entire day with no one really saying your name. I liked drawing, but I was not obsessed with it. I liked video games, but I was never the best at them. I lived in a small rental house on a street with no trees, where the neighbors argued loud through thin walls, and my parents fought about money in low, tired voices once they thought I was asleep. My bed was pushed against the same wall my dad's chair leaned against in the living room, and sometimes I could feel his weight shift through the drywall when he leaned forward during a game. Most days at Knox, I tried to be as unremarkable as possible. Keep your head down, get through your classes, hope the lunch line has something you can eat fast without spilling on yourself. That was the goal. Somehow, in the middle of all that, the four of us found each other. Me, Miguel, Tyler, and Darren. We were not a group in the way TV shows make middle school groups look. There was no dramatic origin story, no shared trauma, no club, no pact. We just ended up at the same table and never really left. Our table was near the back door of the cafeteria, right next to the row of vending machines that were always half broken. One of them sold soda, one chips, one healthy snacks no one wanted. The lights inside flickered off and on at random, and a piece of notebook paper taped to the middle one said, "Out of order," in black Sharpie, even though if you hit the side in the right spot, it would still spit out a bag of pretzels for free. The janitors pretended not to see when we did it. Miguel was the loudest of us. He had a big laugh, the kind that made teachers look up from across the room and squint at him. He was terrible at school in the way that did not surprise anyone. He slept in class, forgot his homework, always seemed to be trying to make someone else laugh instead of listening, but he could talk to anybody. By 8th grade, he knew the names of half the kids' older brothers and sisters and 3/4 of their dogs. He would sit down at our table, drop his tray with a clatter, and immediately start doing bits. I still remember him putting 2 tater tots under his upper lip like fake fangs and hissing at people who walked by, or narrating our lunch like a sports commentator. And here we have Tyler attempting the legendary triple milk carton open. Will he succeed, folks? He made middle school survivable just by existing. Tyler, sitting across from him, was the opposite. He was quiet, hunched, always in a hoodie, no matter the weather. The sleeves were usually stretched out at the cuffs from him pulling them down over his hands. He had this habit of tapping his pencil on the table when he was thinking. The same 3-beat rhythm, over and over, until someone snapped at him, and he would jerk like he had been caught doing something wrong. Tyler was smart in a way that made him nervous. He knew the answers, but hated being called on. His eyes darted to every doorway in a room as if he was always planning an escape route. If someone bumped him in the hallway, he would apologize like it was his fault for existing in that space. And then there was Darren. Darren was the weird one. Every school has one. The kid nobody really gets. The one the other students talk around rather than to. The one teachers keep half an eye on, but never quite address directly. He was pale, in a way that made it look like he never went outside on purpose, even in summer. His hair was a dark brown that always hung too long over his forehead, like he cut it himself and stopped halfway. His clothes were not dirty, but they were always just a little out of style, like they had been bought off-season from a clearance rack 2 towns over. And he always had the black sketchbook. It was a medium-sized, spiral-bound thing with a hard cover that had once been matte, but had gone shiny at the edges from being handled so much. He carried it everywhere, in the halls, in class, at lunch. It sat on his tray next to his carton of milk and whatever sad excuse for vegetables the cafeteria was serving that day. When other kids doodled, they did it on the margins of worksheets or the backs of notebooks, little stick figures or band logos. Darren never drew on anything but that sketchbook. If he had an idea, he would slide it out from under his arm, flip it open with a practiced motion, and start working with a mechanical pencil. His head bent low, his hand moving in small, precise motions. He stared too long at people when they talked, not in a hostile way, just too focused, like he was trying to memorize their faces all at once and did not know when to look away. It made most kids uncomfortable. They would be mid-sentence and suddenly realize Darren's eyes were on them like a camera lens, and they would trail off, look down, or walk away. He asked strange questions, too. Not the usual middle school stuff about games, or girls, or who you thought would win the Super Bowl. His questions would drop into the middle of a conversation like they had slid in from another dimension. Do you ever think about how many nights you sleep without anyone knowing what you're dreaming? He asked me once, completely out of nowhere, while I was complaining about a math test. Another time, when Miguel was talking about wanting to skip town as soon as he turned 18, Darren interrupted him quietly. If you vanished tomorrow, how long do you think it would take before nobody remembered what your room looks like? We never knew what to do with questions like that. Miguel made a joke. Tyler pulled his sleeves over his hands and stared at his tray. I changed the subject. If all of this sounds like I am building up to, we should have known he was dangerous. That is not exactly what I mean. Darren was not obviously violent. He did not pick fights. He did not torture animals behind the school or carve words into his desk. He did his homework. He answered questions when called on. He said, "Here," during roll, in a voice that was soft but clear. He did just enough to never become a problem on paper. That was the thing about him, and about that whole time in my life. None of it looked like a horror story from the outside. From a distance, we were just 4 leftover kids at a lunch table by the broken vending machines. We traded snacks. We complained about homework. We joked about teachers and gym class. We rode the same bus home, past the same strip malls and cul-de-sacs. Adults saw us, if they saw us at all, as harmless. Miguel was chatty but bright. Tyler was shy but polite. I was average, could apply himself more. Darren was quiet, keeps to himself, likes to draw. He was the kind of kid adults prefer to ignore rather than ask hard questions about. The kind you tell yourself is just going through a phase, just introverted, just artsy. Because to do anything else would mean admitting that something in your nice, ordinary middle school might be wrong in a way you cannot fix with a parent-teacher conference. Back then, sitting at that table with a soggy slice of pizza on my tray and the buzz of the cafeteria lights overhead, I did not see anything monstrous when I looked at Darren. Uncomfortable, sure. Strange. Like a puzzle with pieces from the wrong box. But not a monster. The monsters I thought, lived in horror movies, under beds, in stories, whispered at sleepovers. They did not sit across from you in the harsh daylight of a school lunchroom, elbows on the table, sketching quietly while they listened to every word you said and watched the way you moved in the spaces you called your own. The day that set everything in motion did not start with a lightning bolt or a scream. It started with a tater tot flying across our lunch table. Miguel had decided he was testing aerodynamics. In reality, he had flicked one off his plastic fork at Tyler, missed completely, and nailed the side of Darren's milk carton instead. The carton jerked, sloshing chocolate milk onto the table in a sad little wave. "Dude," I said, dragging my tray back before the puddle reached my pizza. "Sorry, man," Miguel laughed, not sounding sorry at all. Science. Tyler was already digging in his backpack for a wad of napkins he always kept stashed, just in case. That was a very Tyler thing to do. Plan for spills and emergencies before they happened. Darren didn't say anything. He just picked up the carton, wiped the bottom of it with the sleeve of his hoodie, and moved it an inch to the left, away from the spreading milk. His sketchbook sat open in front of him, half hidden behind the tray. The page he was working on had most of his attention. We were just background noise again. Miguel, still buzzing with the need to entertain someone, leaned forward. "What are you always drawing, anyway?" he asked, reaching out with his fork like he was going to nudge the sketchbook for fun. "You got, like, anime girls in there? Superheroes? Come on, let me see one." Darren's hand shot out faster than I had ever seen him move. He slapped the fork away, the metal clinking against the table, and snapped the sketchbook closed in one motion, the spiral rings making a harsh squirk sound against the cardboard cover. The whole table went quiet. Miguel froze, his grin faltering. "Okay, geez," he muttered, sitting back. "Relax, man. It was a joke." Darren did not look angry, exactly. That almost would have been easier. His face was blank, his eyes slightly unfocused, like he was listening to something we couldn't hear. His fingers were pressed white-knuckled around the edges of the sketchbook. "Don't touch it," he said, very softly. "Please." The way he said it, flat, almost polite, but with something rigid underneath, made the hairs on my arms stand up. It wasn't fear of getting in trouble or embarrassment. It felt more like someone guarding a door you don't even realize is locked until they tell you it is. "Whatever," Miguel mumbled, rolling his eyes, already scanning the cafeteria for his next target audience. I remember thinking in that moment that Darren was just extra sensitive about his art. Plenty of kids were. You put yourself on paper, people make fun of it, and suddenly it feels like they're making fun of your insides. I got that. I did. I didn't push it. But as Darren pulled the sketchbook closer to his chest, his thumb slipped for just a second on the edge of the page he'd been working on. The cover lifted half an inch before he snapped it fully shut, and in that fraction of a second, my eyes landed on a sliver of what was inside. It wasn't superheroes. It wasn't anime. It wasn't even people. It was a room. Not a cartoon room. Not a made-up castle or space station. An ordinary, boring room, drawn in heavy, deliberate pencil lines. 4 walls, a door, a bed, a window. The point of view was strange, tilted slightly from above, like someone was looking in from the top of the doorway. Shadows fell just so across the floor. There was a pattern on the blanket and a tiny object on the nightstand that I didn't have time to fully register. Then the cover slammed shut, and the moment was gone. I didn't think much of it then. Kids who like drawing interior spaces exist. There are whole careers built on people who can sketch a room accurately. It only strikes me as wrong now, looking back, knowing what else was in that book. The rest of lunch moved on. The noise of the cafeteria swelled and receded around us. Trays clattering, someone laughing too loud at another table, the squeak of sneakers on the tile as a janitor came by with a mop to deal with a spilled juice box, the smell of pizza, fries, and generic tomato sauce hung in the air like a greasy fog. After lunch, we shuffled off to homeroom, where that day's second strange thing happened. Our homeroom teacher, Ms. Bright, who was neither bright nor particularly awake most mornings, was standing at the front of the room with a man I didn't recognize. He was in his late 20s maybe, hair a little too gelled, wearing a polo shirt with a small church logo over the heart. There was a lanyard around his neck and a folded stack of papers in his hand. "All right, guys, settle down," Ms. Bright said, her voice cutting through the usual chatter. "We have a visitor from Grace Fellowship today. He's here to talk to you about a youth retreat opportunity." The man stepped forward, smiling that broad, earnest smile grown-ups get when they're about to try to sell you something fun that they think will be good for you. "Hey, everyone," he started in that practiced, friendly tone. "My name's Chris, and I'm the youth pastor over at Grace Fellowship. This March, we're hosting a weekend retreat for middle schoolers at a lakeside lodge down in southern Ohio." He paced a little as he talked, the fluorescent lights overhead reflecting off the plastic sleeve holding his name tag. He painted his picture with all the usual buzzwords: team building, fellowship, worship, games, bonfire by the lake. 2 nights, Friday to Sunday. Meals provided, supervised activities, time away from screens, from distractions. He held up a glossy flyer at one point, and the image on the front lodged in my brain. A wooden lodge with a wraparound porch, lights glowing warm in the windows. A dark lake stretching out behind it, framed by trees. It looked like a stock photo for cozy retreat you'd see on a church website. Nothing sinister, nothing out of place. Permission slips and info sheets were passed down the rows. I took one, the paper still warm from the copier. Miguel leaned over from his desk as soon as he got his and hissed, "Dude, a weekend out of this place? I'm in. I don't even care if it's church." Tyler chewed on the inside of his cheek, eyes darting between the flyer and the windows. "I don't know," he murmured. "I've never been away overnight without my parents." "It's 2 nights, man," Miguel said, tapping the paper with his pencil. "Free food, no homework, no little kids screaming. We get to go in a van or something, hang out by a lake. Tell me how that's bad." He could make anything sound like an adventure. That was his talent. I looked down at the form. Spaces for my name, my parents' contact information, emergency numbers, allergies, a suggested donation amount for the trip, a line that said, "Scholarships available for families in need." For a second, I pictured it, getting out of town, even if it was only an hour or 2 away. No arguing, seeping through the walls at night. No sitting at the kitchen table doing homework while my dad watched TV with the sound turned up too loud. Just a cabin, some woods, maybe a dock. The kind of stuff you see in movies and think only happens to kids in other neighborhoods. When I brought the slip home that afternoon, my parents were at their usual stations. Dad in his chair in the living room, feet up, still in his work boots from the warehouse, socks showing through a hole near the toe. The TV flickering in front of him, volume low, but constant. Mom at the kitchen counter, sorting mail into piles. Bills, coupons, junk, stuff that needed calls. I slid the paper onto the table between them. "They're doing this church camp thing for a weekend," I said, trying to sound casual. "It's like 2 nights. Everyone's going." Mom picked it up first, squinting at the print. "Lakeside Lodge, huh?" she murmured. "When is it?" "March," I said, "like middle of the month." Dad didn't say anything for a long moment. He just watched the TV, jaw tight, like he was waiting for a commercial before he could form an opinion. Finally, he cleared his throat. "How much?" he asked. "Suggested donation," Mom said, tapping the line with her nail. "They say they have scholarships." He grunted, which could have meant anything. Mom sighed, the way she did when she was doing math in her head. 2 nights away," she said slowly. "They feed him, keep him busy, tire him out. It might be nice. For him. And for us." There was an edge to that last part. For us. That I didn't fully understand at the time. Now I know she meant a quiet weekend without arguing about bills or dishes or my grades. Back then, I just heard permission. "If you want to go, we'll figure it out," Dad said finally, eyes still on the TV. "As long as you don't come back with a shaved head or something." I laughed, a little too quickly. "Yeah, okay, thanks." I filled out my part of the form on the kitchen counter that night, printing my name carefully in the boxes, my wristwatch ticking faintly on my arm as I wrote. The green band stood out against my skin, bright even under the yellow kitchen light. When I slid the permission slip into my backpack, the watch band caught on the zipper, and I had to tug it free. I remember that, for some reason. Little sensory details that cling. The next day at lunch, I dropped my backpack onto the bench and showed Miguel the signed form. He slapped my shoulder in triumph. "Yes, dude, lake weekend. We are escaping this dump." Tyler, after some convincing and a conversation with his mom, said he thought he could go too, if she could talk herself into it. There was a nervous excitement at the table, an energy that made the cafeteria noise seem a little less oppressive. For once, we had something to look forward to that wasn't just the final bell. Darren was quiet through all of this, picking at the crust of his sandwich. His sketchbook was out on the table again, open just enough that his hand could slip inside to add a line here, a shadow there. "You should come too," Miguel said, around a mouthful of fries. "We can, be the weird table down by the lake instead of the weird table by the vending machines." Darren's eyes flicked up. "I'm already signed up," he said. We all looked at him. "My parents go to Grace," he added. "They signed the form last week. Pastor Chris said I could help with setup." It shouldn't have surprised me that Darren's parents were already on board with the church thing, but the idea of him at a place like that, a warm, stock photo lodge with worship music and s'mores, felt off somehow, like seeing a crow perched on a Christmas tree. "Cool," Miguel said, shrugging, unfazed. "Then we're all going. Squad trip." Darren's gaze drifted from Miguel's face down to my wrist, to the neon green watch band flashing every time I moved my hand. "That's new, right?" he asked. I glanced at it. "Birthday present," I said. "Couple weeks ago." "Is it important?" he asked. And it was the way he asked that made the question stick. Not, "Do you like it?" or "Is it expensive?" but "Is it important?" Like he was cataloging facts, assigning value. I laughed it off, tried to drown the tiny shiver that ran through me. "I mean, yeah, I guess." My dad actually got me something I wanted for once, so yeah, kind of. Darren nodded slowly, as if that was the piece of information he'd been waiting on. Then he went back to his drawing without another word, pencil whispering across the page. I did not think, right then, that he was making a list in his head. I did not imagine my watch lying in the middle of a box on my future kitchen counter. Years later, after riding in the dark with him for who knows how long. But Darren always noticed the things other people thought were just background. 2 Fridays later, right after last period, they lined us up in the side parking lot like we were going on a field trip to the zoo instead of a church retreat in the middle of nowhere. The bus waiting for us was the exact shade of yellow you get when you mix mustard with dirt. It was one of those older models, the kind where the black rubber around the windows has gone a little gray, and the emergency exit sign above the back door is peeling. The driver was a guy with a ball cap pulled low, chewing something that made his jaw move in slow circles. We filed on with our duffel bags and sleeping bags and backpacks, the air already hot and stale inside. The vinyl seats were sticky in that special way only school bus seats can be, grabbing at the backs of your legs through your jeans when you sat down. The smell was a mix of exhaust, old gum, and whatever cleaner they used once in a while that never quite masked the underlying kid smell baked into the walls. A big blue cooler full of Capri Suns and water bottles sat in the aisle by the front, sliding an inch or two every time someone bumped it. Pastor Chris stood in the front row, one hand braced on the seat, the other clutching a little portable microphone connected to a tiny amp tied up near the driver with a bungee cord. Every time he moved it too close, the mic screamed feedback for a second, making everyone wince and laugh. "All right, guys," he said, his voice echoing badly in the metal box of the bus. "We're gonna have a great weekend, okay? I want everyone to find a seat, keep the aisles clear, and remember, no screaming," someone yelled from the back, and a wave of giggles followed. He smiled like he'd heard that joke 100 times. "Remember to respect each other, respect the property, and respect yourselves," he finished, soldiering on. "We'll be there in about an hour and a half. Bathrooms are on hold until we arrive, so plan accordingly." Groans all around. The driver shut the folding doors with a pneumatic hiss, shifted the bus into gear, and we lurched forward, the whole frame rattling like it was shaking off sleep. Miguel slid into the seat next to me and dropped his bag at our feet, stretching his legs out into the aisle until Pastor Chris gave him a look. Tyler claimed the seat behind us, already tugging his hoodie sleeves down over his hands. Darren ended up across the aisle, one row up from us, by the window. He sat with his backpack under his feet, Sketchbook already on his knees, like he couldn't pass up the opportunity of having a new view to capture for the next 90 minutes. The bus pulled out of the school lot and onto the main road, and the sound of 40 kids trying to talk over each other filled the air. Someone in the back started singing a pop song off-key. Someone else threw a crumpled paper ball that sailed past Pastor Chris's ear and hit the front window. He pretended not to notice. I watched the familiar landmark slide past as we left town. The strip mall with the nail salon and the laundromat. The gas station where kids from the high school bought energy drinks and scratched off lottery tickets. The same billboard for an injury lawyer, his smiling face fading in the sun. Everything I usually saw from my mom's car, but now filtered through the filthy bus windows, smudged with fingerprints and old rain. We merged onto I-70, the bus engine groaning as it pulled us up to highway speed. The vibration of the tires on the road made the whole metal shell tremble slightly. The signs went from local street names to long-distance destinations: Cleveland, Indianapolis, exit 90A. Big green rectangles whipping past, white letters turning into streaks. Miguel talked almost the entire time, alternating between hyping up the weekend and complaining about the bus. "Bet this thing breaks down halfway there," he said, gripping the edge of the seat every time the bus hit a bump. "We're going to be those kids on the news, stranded on the side of the highway, eating Capri Suns to survive." I laughed because that was what you did around Miguel, even when your mind was elsewhere. Mine kept drifting across the aisle. Darren had his sketchbook open on his lap. The pages were angled toward the window, so I could not see much without openly staring. But every so often, he would shift and the bus would jostle, and I caught flashes of graphite lines. Not figures, not doodles, just boxes, rectangles inside rectangles, lines that suggested corners and edges. It looked less like he was drawing and more like he was mapping something out. At one point, the bus hit a pothole so hard the cooler in the aisle jumped and slammed back down with a slosh. Kids yelled. A few hands went up to grab the seat in front of them. I felt the jolt in my teeth. Darren's pencil dragged sideways across the page, a hard, ugly gouge that sliced through whatever careful lines he had been making, carving a dark wound in the paper. I winced instinctively. He didn't. He did not flinch, did not swear, did not start a new page. He just lifted the pencil, looked at the torn line for a second, tipped his head the tiniest bit to one side, and then incorporated it. His hand moved again, extending the gouge's direction, turning it into a shadow along an edge I hadn't noticed before. If you can learn anything from a person by watching how they react to accidents, I probably should have paid more attention in that moment. The highway gave way to smaller roads. The signs got smaller too, the names less familiar. We took an exit I had never used with my parents, past a gas station with only 2 pumps and a sign advertising bait and tackle. The pavement changed under the tires, the smooth whoosh turning into a more uneven rumble as we hit county roads, patched and repatched over the years. Out the window, the scenery shifted from subdivisions and businesses to long stretches of nothing. Fields that had been harvested months ago, stubbled and brown. Clumps of leafless trees huddled around creek beds. The occasional farmhouse sitting way back from the road, porch lights a faint glow against the dusk. Fewer lights, fewer cars, fewer chances to decide you didn't want to go where the bus was taking you. Inside, the bus grew dimmer as the sun bled out behind the trees. The overhead lights stayed off to keep the driver from being blinded by reflection. So we rode in a kind of half-dark, lit only by the last smear of daylight and the glow from the front where the dash lights were. The windows turned into mirrors, reflecting back rows of faces in the narrow aisle, ghosting us over the landscape. The last 20 minutes, it felt like the world outside had emptied. Just dark trees pressing close on either side of the road, and the bus's own reflection in the windows, floating alongside us like a double. The kids who had been yelling earlier were quieter now, voices dropping into low conversations or trailing off completely. Even Miguel's monologue slowed to a trickle. For reasons I could not have articulated then, a ball of unease settled somewhere between my chest and my stomach. It wasn't fear, not exactly. Just a buzzing awareness that we were being carried farther and farther from everything familiar. deeper into a place where the dark pressed thicker against the glass. "We're almost there," Pastor Chris called from the front, his voice crackling through his little amp. "Start gathering your things, okay? When we arrive, stay seated until I tell you to stand. We'll unload row by row." The bus took a final turn onto what felt like a gravel road. The sound changed again. The smooth rumble became a coarse, grinding crunch beneath the tires, little stones pinging off the undercarriage. The whole frame shuddered. Outside the windows, trees opened up slightly, and in the distance, I saw a pale smudge that might have been water reflecting the last scraps of light. Then, suddenly, there it was. The lodge looked almost exactly like the picture on the flyer, just realer and a little more tired. A 2-story wooden building, wider than I expected, with a wraparound porch that sagged slightly in the middle. The wood siding had faded from honey to a dull gray-brown, and the railings were shiny in spots where hands had worn down the finish over the years. Yellow bug lights hung from the eaves, glowing halos around swarms of insects. The bulbs gave off that soft, warm puddle of light that never seems to reach very far, leaving the corners of the building in shadow. The front steps were a dark, damp wood, and I could see the scuffs where countless sneakers had climbed them before us. Beyond the lodge, down a slight slope, was the lake. It lay still and flat, a dark sheet, broken only by the reflection of a single sodium vapor lamp mounted on a pole near a small dock. That light looked wrong against the water, too white, like a piece of the parking lot back home had been transplanted into the middle of the woods. When the bus rolled into the gravel lot in front of the cabin, the noise outside filtered in all at once. The steady chirping of crickets, so loud it was almost like static. The crunch of gravel under the tires, grinding and popping. Kids starting to shout again, voices overlapping, pressed up against the windows to get a better look. Underneath all of it, though, there was another sound, a softer, more specific one. A steady drip, 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 coming from somewhere near the dock. Water falling from a height into water, regular and patient. It could have been a leaking hose, or a warped board letting runoff fall through. Whatever it was, my ears hooked onto it the way my eyes had hooked onto my watch in Darren's hand in the cafeteria. The bus hissed as the driver set the brake. The engine idled down into a low growl, then finally cut off, leaving only the chirping, the murmurs of kids, and that dripping sound in the space it used to occupy. "Okay," Pastor Chris called. "Stay in your seats until we dismiss you by row." Everyone, of course, immediately half stood, craning over each other. I shifted my bag onto my shoulder and glanced across the aisle at Darren. He wasn't looking at the lake, or the porch, or the other kids, already pressing their faces to the glass. His sketchbook was closed on his knees now, one hand resting on the cover. He was staring at the cabin itself, not the door, not the lights. His eyes were fixed on the second-floor windows. From where we sat, we could see 3 of them clearly across the front of the building, rectangles of dim yellow light behind wooden frames. Darren's gaze moved from left to right, slow and precise, as if he were counting something. His lips moved just barely, like he was saying numbers under his breath. 1, 2, 3. Then his gaze shifted to the side of the lodge, where another window glowed faintly through the half-dark. His brow furrowed slightly, and his fingers tapped once on the sketchbook cover, as if marking down a detail. At the time, I told myself he was just curious, just taking it in the way an artist does when they see a new place they might want to draw later. Now, every time I close my eyes and picture that moment, it looks less like curiosity and more like recognition. Like he was seeing not a building we had never been inside, but another room in a collection he had already started, fitting it into a map only he knew existed. Stepping off the bus into the gravel lot felt like stepping onto a different planet. The air was colder than it had any right to be for March, the kind of damp chill that slid under your jacket and settled in your bones. The sky had gone from gray to full-on dark while we were driving, and now the only light came from the bug-spotted porch fixtures on the lodge and that single harsh lamp by the dock. Kids spilled out in clumps, shoving and stretching, shoulders bumping duffel bags and sleeping bags knocking against legs. Gravel crunched under a dozen pairs of sneakers at once. Someone immediately called dibs on top bunk, even though we hadn't seen the inside yet. Pastor Chris stood by the bus door, trying to channel the swarm toward the front steps with his hands. "Leave your big bags in a pile by the porch for now," he called. "We'll bring them in after we go over the rules. Just keep your backpack with you." The lodge up close looked even more worn than it had from inside the bus. The wood siding had weathered to a silvery brown in some places, darker where rain had stained it. Some boards were slightly warped, bowing out just enough to catch the light in odd ways. The porch boards creaked when we climbed the steps, giving a hollow little complaint under each footfall. When Pastor Chris pulled the front door open, it groaned like it was used to heavier hands and bigger crowds. Warm light spilled out, along with a wave of smells. Old wood, lingering smoke from 1,000 campfires, and that faint must of a building that gets closed up for months at a time. The front door opened straight into the common room, and it was the first place I really tried to memorize. It was big, but not as big as the pictures in my head had made it seem. 2 threadbare couches sat opposite each other in the middle of the room, their cushions sagging in the middle like tired faces. A couple of mismatched armchairs huddled near a stone fireplace that climbed up one wall, the hearth blackened from use. A coffee table, scarred wood with cup rings and carved initials, stood between the couches, already cluttered with a stack of board games and a Bible with a cracked spine. Against one wall, a big old TV rested on a metal cart with wheels that had probably squeaked loudly once, though someone had wrapped duct tape around them in an attempt to quiet them down. Under the TV was a tangle of cords and a scuffed Xbox that looked like it had survived a war. A plastic bin of controllers sat next to it, each one sticky and slightly too warm from 100 other kids' hands. Mounted high on the wall above the TV was a small security monitor. It was one of those grainy, boxy things with the brand name half rubbed off the corner. A row of tiny buttons along the bottom cycled between views. When I glanced up at it, it was showing the front porch from somewhere just under the eaves, the image slightly warped, like it was being viewed through a fisheye lens. In the little black and white frame, I could see some of the kids still milling around outside, their movements jerky and ghost-like. Every few seconds, the monitor would flicker, and the view would swap. Front porch to gravel lot, lot to dock, dock back to porch. The camera pointed at the dock was angled from the corner of the lodge roof, taking in the sagging boards, the lamp, and the dark water beyond. The glare from the light blew out part of the image, turning it into a big white blob surrounded by darkness. Underneath it, The water was just a shifting gray patch with occasional glints when something moved. To the left of the common room was a wide doorway leading into the kitchen. The floor there shifted from rough wood to worn vinyl that had yellowed in patches over time. A white fridge hummed in the corner like it was straining to keep up, its sides covered in taped-up schedules, a list of kitchen rules, and a hand-drawn reminder to please label your food. A coffee maker sat on the counter, glass pot half full of something that looked like it had been brewed hours ago. There was a crack in the vinyl floor right in front of the sink, a jagged line that had been covered with clear tape at some point and never properly fixed. On the other side of the common room, to the right, a narrower hallway led deeper into the building. The carpet there was a darker color, stained in places where someone had clearly spilled something and only half cleaned it up. Halfway down the hall was a tiny office with a narrow window in the door and a metal doorknob. The blinds inside were drawn, a faint outline of a desk visible through them. A staff-only sign hung crookedly at eye level. The door was firmly shut, and when Miguel tried the knob later, it didn't budge. Past the office door, the hallway dead-ended in a door that opened onto a set of stairs going down. The smell that wafted up from there was a mix of dust and old carpet. The basement rec room was almost a separate world. Low ceiling, cement floor with cheap area rugs scattered around, a ping pong table with a permanent bend in the middle, and two sagging couches facing a different, smaller TV. There was a foosball table with 3 missing players, and the faint smell of mildew somewhere you couldn't quite locate. The heart of the building, though, the part that mattered most, was up. A wooden staircase climbed from the far end of the common room to the second floor. The steps creaked in familiar, distinct ways when people went up or down. One near the middle had a higher-pitched whine. The one at the top was a deeper, tired groan. A handrail ran along one side, smooth where countless hands had worn down the varnish. At the base of the stairs, right next to the kitchen doorway, was the intercom. It was an old black box bolted to the wall, slightly crooked, wires vanishing into the wood behind it. There was a big rectangular speaker grill, and below it, a cracked plastic button labeled "Talk" in faded letters. When Pastor Chris pressed it, a tiny red light flicked on, and the entire system woke up with a burst of static. "Everybody downstairs!" His voice boomed the first time he tested it, echoing faintly up the stairwell and out into the common room. Even when he took his finger off the button, the box crackled for a second before falling back into its hiss. Upstairs, directly above it, was the other half of the system. A matching black speaker mounted on the wall at the top of the stairs in the sleeping area. When it wasn't broadcasting anyone's voice, it still made noise. A faint, constant hiss, like someone breathing through clenched teeth right into your ear. At first, it was just annoying. Later, it would be something else entirely. The second floor, sleeping area, was a long, narrow hallway with doors on either side. Boys on one end, girls on the other. Bathrooms in the middle. The carpet was a different pattern up there. A brownish, low-pile material that probably started life with a color name like autumn wheat, and now mostly read as stain. Our room was on the boys' side, 3 doors down from the stairs. Inside, there were 4 metal bunk beds, 8 sleeping spots in all, though only 4 of them would end up mattering. The beds were arranged in 2 rows, one along each wall, leaving a thin strip of floor in the middle that felt cramped when more than 2 people were trying to stand in it at once. The mattresses were thin, covered in stiff, plasticky fabric that made a faint crackling sound when you sat down. The pillows were the kind you can fold in half with one hand, all fluff and no support. Each bed had a small metal shelf bolted to the wall nearby, big enough for a book, a water bottle, maybe a watch. At the far end of the room was a window, the glass slightly warped in a way that made the world outside look a bit bent. It overlooked the gravel parking area and the bus, which crouched in the lot like a large, yellow animal resting for the night. The sodium lamp near the edge of the lot painted everything in a weird, pale orange. Miguel immediately claimed the bottom bunk nearest the door. Easiest escape route if this place catches fire, he said, shoving his bag under the bed with his foot. Tyler, after some hesitation, took the bottom bunk across from him, as far from the window as possible. He liked corners, places where walls could have his back. That left the 2 top bunks. I took the one over Miguel without thinking too much about it. From there, I could see the whole room when I lay on my side, and if I craned my neck a little, I could catch a slice of the hallway through the open door. Darren took the top bunk across from me near the window. He did not call shotgun or race anyone for it. He just quietly climbed the ladder, set his backpack down at the head of the mattress, and placed his black sketchbook on the little metal shelf by his pillow, like it was the most natural thing in the world. From that height, the window was almost level with his eyes when he sat up. He could look out over the lot, the bus, the gravel, the front porch. "Make sure you choose a bunk and stick with it," Pastor Chris said from the doorway, clapping his hands to get our attention. "Boys on this side, girls down the hall. Bathrooms in the middle, lights out at 10:30. No wandering after midnight, understood? And phones off and in your bags by 11. We're here to disconnect a little, okay?" A chorus of half-hearted yeahs and okays drifted up from us. He smiled like we had promised him something. That first night, it did feel safe. Safe enough, at least. After we'd claimed our bunks and thrown our stuff onto mattresses, they herded us all back downstairs. We filed out onto the patch of dirt between the lodge and the lake, where someone had already built a fire. The flames threw a warm, flickering circle of light onto a ring of damp logs and folding chairs. Sparks flew up into the dark, vanishing into the cold air. We roasted marshmallows on long metal skewers, some of them catching fire and turning into black, bubbling lumps while kids screamed and laughed. Pastor Chris tried to get a few songs going, clapping and strumming a guitar that sounded just a little out of tune. The fire popped and cracked, sending out sudden little explosions of light and sound that made a few of us jump. When it got too cold to pretend we weren't shivering, we went back inside. In the common room, someone had already claimed the Xbox, and a cluster of boys was arguing over which game to play. The TV's blue menu screen washed weird light over everyone's faces. On the other side of the room, a group of girls had started an intense card game, slapping down cards on the coffee table with enough force to send little puffs of dust into the air. The fireplace inside had a small fire going, nothing as dramatic as the one outside, but enough to throw some warmth into the room. Logs shifted and collapsed quietly, embers glowing deep red in the gaps. A wall clock above the mantel ticked steadily, its second hand jerking forward with small, precise movements. Every so often, the intercom crackled as someone accidentally brushed against the button in the kitchen, sending a burst of static across the ceiling speakers that made everyone look up for a second and then shrug. Miguel and I ended up on one of the couches, each with a controller in hand, yelling over each other as our on-screen characters made clumsy, pixelated jumps. Tyler perched on the armrest, watching, his knee bouncing up and down. Darren sat in an armchair near the edge of the firelight, sketchbook open, pencil moving. From where I sat, I could not see the page, only the steady rhythm of his hand. Every now and then, the security monitor above the TV caught my eye. Porch, lot, dock. Porch, lot, dock. The black and white image of the dock always stuck a fraction of a second longer than the others. The lamp's glare turned the water into a pale smear, but if you looked carefully, you could see that same steady dripping motion in the corner where something was leaking off the side of the dock into the lake. A tiny, repetitive disturbance in an otherwise still surface. "All right, everybody," Pastor Chris said eventually, voice amplified by the intercom for emphasis. He stood by the kitchen doorway, one hand on the black box. "It's 10:30. Start wrapping up your games. We've got an early morning tomorrow. Lights out upstairs in 15. Groans and protests, as expected. Another burst of static when he released the button. We finished the round we were on, lost horribly, and handed the controllers off to the next pair of victims. I felt that pleasant heaviness in my limbs that comes from being tired but not exhausted. From being full of sugar and smoke and chatter and fluorescent light. As we climbed the stairs, the wooden steps sighed under our weight. The upstairs hallway lights buzzed faintly. The speaker at the top of the stairs emitted its constant, low hiss, like it had been whispering to itself all day and was waiting for someone to finally listen. In the bunk room, we changed into sweats and t-shirts, teeth chattering a little when bare feet hit the cold floor. Sleeping bags rustled, duffel zippers rasped, the light switch by the door clicked, and the room dimmed to a softer glow from the small lamp on the far wall. Tyler set his glasses on the tiny metal shelf near his bed and pulled the blanket up to his chin. Miguel mumbled something about winning the rematch tomorrow and rolled onto his side, already halfway asleep. Darren climbed the ladder to his bunk with his sketchbook tucked under his arm and slid it onto the shelf by his pillow. Careful, like you would place a fragile object. "Remember," came Pastor Chris's voice, faintly from down the hall, carried by the open door and the hiss of the intercom. "No wandering after midnight. No phones after 11. Get some rest, guys. Big day tomorrow." "Night," a few voices called back. The door eased shut a few inches, leaving a sliver of hallway light cutting across the floor between our beds. The heater kicked on somewhere in the walls, the air vent rattling quietly. The wall clock in the room ticked in slow, calm beats. I lay there on my back, staring up at the underside of the beams in the ceiling, listening to the small, ordinary sounds of 7 other boys settling into sleep. The creak of bed springs, the sighs, the occasional muffled giggle quickly shushed. For the first time since we'd pulled off the highway, I let myself relax. Whatever weird vibe I'd gotten on the bus, whatever strange itch in my brain from seeing Darren watching the windows, it dulled under the weight of routine. This was just another overnight thing. Another adult-supervised trip with too many rules and not enough privacy. The cabin was old, a little creepy in the way old buildings are, but it was full of kids and noise and fluorescent light and the constant comforting racket of things doing what they were supposed to do. I didn't know yet how important it would be later to remember exactly where that intercom was, exactly where those cameras pointed, exactly where each bed sat in that room. That night, as the last bits of conversation faded and the heater's hum became the backdrop to everything else, the lodge by the lake felt like a place cut off from the world, wrapped in its own little cocoon of sound. Safe enough to sleep in, safe enough to dream, or so I thought. The first thing I did when I woke up that morning was reach for my watch. It was automatic. I did it at home, I did it in class, and I did it there, in that bunk room that still smelled like a mix of lake air, teenage sweat, and whatever industrial detergent they used on the sheets. My hand went sideways, fingers brushing the cold metal of the little wall shelf beside my pillow where I'd left it the night before. My fingers closed on nothing. I frowned, eyes still half shut, and patted around the shelf again, sweeping the dusty surface. Chapstick, a crumpled tissue, the thin paperback book I'd brought and not read, no watch. That woke me up a little more. I blinked, squinting against the pale morning light leaking around the edges of the curtains, and pushed myself up on one elbow. The shelf was bare, except for the few things I'd just touched. My watch was not there. For a second, I thought it had just fallen off. I felt along the edge of the mattress, then ran my hand between the bed and the wall, my fingertips picking up lint and grit. Nothing. I checked my wrist, even though I knew I'd taken it off before bed. My skin was bare, a faint indentation where the band usually rested. A little knot of panic tightened in my chest. I swung my legs over the side of the bunk and climbed down, the metal ladder cold under my feet. The floor was even colder, the kind of brisk that makes you almost hop in place until your body catches up. I knelt and lifted my sleeping bag, shook it out. No clatter of plastic against the floor. I ran my hands over the sheets, under the pillow, along the narrow gap between the mattress and the bed frame. Lose something? Miguel's voice came from behind me, clogged with sleep. My watch, I said, trying to keep the edge out of my voice. It was on the shelf. He yawned loudly and flopped onto his back, rubbing his face. Maybe you left it down by the fire last night, he mumbled. Or in the bathroom. I wasn't wearing it last night, I said. I took it off before bed. I remember. You sure? He asked, in that tone people use when they don't really believe you, but don't want to argue. I moved to my duffel, unzipped it, and started digging through clothes. Every t-shirt, every pair of socks, every folded pair of jeans. No watch. I checked the front pocket, then the side pocket, then the little inner pocket I never used. Nothing. The room was filling with movement now. Other boys sitting up, yawning, stretching, complaining about the cold, the smell of sleep and morning breath mixing with the faint scent of whatever they were cooking downstairs. Tyler sat up slowly, hair sticking up in every direction, glasses still off. Darren was already awake, sitting cross-legged on his top bunk near the window, sketchbook open on his lap. His pencil moved in small, neat strokes, like he'd been at it for a while. I caught myself looking at his metal shelf. From where I stood, I could only see the edge of it, the corner of a folded tissue, the back of the sketchbook. No flash of green plastic. Maybe it fell down behind the bed, Tyler said gently, trying to be helpful. You should ask Pastor Chris. Maybe somebody turned it in. Yeah, I said, forcing myself to straighten up. Yeah, maybe. But I knew I hadn't knocked it over. I remembered setting it down carefully the night before, right in the middle of the shelf, like I always did. I remembered the faint impression of the band on my skin as I slid it off. It was the last little familiar routine in a room that wasn't mine. At breakfast, the noise of a dozen conversations clattered around the dining area. Plates scraped against long wooden tables. Chairs squeaked. Someone spilled orange juice and apologized too loudly. The smell of powdered eggs and syrup hung in the air. I waited until there was a lull in the line for seconds and cornered Pastor Chris by the big coffee urn. He was pouring himself a cup, eyes bleary, one hand rubbing the back of his neck. "Hey, Pastor Chris?" I said. He turned, smile snapping into place like it was on a switch. "Yeah, buddy? What's up?" "I lost my watch," I said. "It was on the little shelf by my bed, and now it's gone. I checked everywhere. Did anyone turn one in?" He frowned a little, thinking. "What kind of watch?" "Digital," I said. "Green. It was a birthday present." Something in my voice must have given away more than I meant it to, because his expression softened. "I haven't seen one," he said, "but we'll keep an eye out. Maybe it slipped off during the night, or someone picked it up by mistake. Check with the other guys in your room. Maybe it'll turn up when we do a quick cleanup before lights out. Try not to let it ruin your weekend, okay? It's just important," I said, hating how small I sounded. "I get it," he said, nodding. "I really do. But sometimes things show up right when you stop looking, you know? Give it a little time." He clapped me on the shoulder and moved on, mug of coffee in hand. The conversation was over, as far as he was concerned. The day that followed was busy enough to smother most of my anxiety under layers of noise and forced activity. We played team games in the field behind the lodge, three-legged races, some bizarre relay involving passing a wet sponge over our heads, the usual camp nonsense. We did capture the flag in the woods, sprinting between trees and sliding in damp leaves, lungs burning, kids yelling directions that no one followed. In the afternoon, there was an optional prayer circle that was only optional in the sense that no one said out loud that you had to go. We sat cross-legged on the common room floor while Pastor Chris talked about community and trust and letting God work in your life. I stared at the fibers in the carpet and thought about the empty space on my wrist, the faint ring of paler skin where the watch used to sit. By the time dinner was over and the sky had gone dark again outside the lodge windows, I was exhausted in that way only kids can be, physically worn out from running all day, mentally overloaded with new faces and new rules, emotionally scraped thin by a small, stupid loss that felt bigger than it was. They let us have one more round of video games and board games after dinner. Then it was the same routine as the night before. "All right, everybody." Pastor Chris's voice boomed through the intercom from the kitchen. 10:30, wrap it up. Upstairs, get ready for bed. Lights out soon. Remember, no wandering after midnight. No phones after 11. Upstairs, there was the usual chorus of complaints and jokes and the sound of zippers and rustling fabric. I checked my shelf one more time, even though I knew the watch wouldn't be there. The space where it should have been looked almost accusatory in its emptiness. We brushed our teeth in the shared bathroom, boys jostling for sink space, the mirror streaked with soap and water spots. Someone made a joke about ghosts in the stalls. Someone else threw a balled-up paper towel at him. There was comfort in the petty nonsense of it. Back in the room, the sequence played out like it had before. The light went off with a click, plunging us into a softer darkness, lit only by that thin strip of hallway light under the door. Kids' laughter out in the hall faded as they disappeared into their own rooms. Bathroom doors opened and closed a few more times, then fell silent. Somewhere below us, the TV in the common room clicked off, its screen going from light to dark. Through the floor, I could feel the faint vibration of the big white fridge in the kitchen, humming as it cycled on. Tyler whispered something to Miguel in the bunk below me. Miguel answered with a grunt, already halfway to sleep. Darren's bunk across the room creaked once as he shifted. The heater sighed on, the vent rattling briefly before settling. I fell asleep faster than I expected. The day had wedged enough tiredness into every part of me that my brain eventually just shut down mid-worry. One moment I was staring at the shadows on the ceiling. The next, there was nothing. When I woke up, it felt like I'd been pulled up from somewhere deep, like surfacing too fast from the bottom of a pool. My heart was beating faster than it should have been for someone lying still. For a second, I didn't know where I was. The darkness was thicker now, the strip of hallway light gone. The room had shrunk to just the shape of my own breathing and the soft weight of the blanket across my chest. I rolled my head to the side and squinted at the wall clock across the room. The glow-in-the-dark hands floated in the black like something disembodied. The minute hand ticked just past the 9. The hour hand pointed between the 2 and the 3. 2:47 a.m. I didn't know how I knew I'd missed something, only that I had. It was a gut feeling, the sense that some event had already passed through the room while I was out, leaving wake turbulence behind. At first, all I heard were the usual sounds of sleeping boys. A soft snore from the bunk to my right, the faint hiss of air through someone's slightly open mouth, the low, constant hum of the heater, a vent rattling briefly in the corner before quieting. I almost let myself sink back down into sleep. Then, under all of that, I heard something else. Whispering. It was so faint, I thought at first it was just my brain playing tricks on me, the way you sometimes think you hear your name in the sound of a fan. I held my breath without meaning to, letting the other noises in the room fade into the background so I could focus. The whispering was not clear words. It wasn't a prayer or a hissed conversation. It sounded more like someone talking to themselves under their breath, practicing a sentence over and over, catching it just at the edge of sound, and then dropping it again. A pattern with no meaning I could grab onto, just the shapes of syllables and the soft scrape of tongue on teeth. It was coming from across the room, from Darren's side. My eyes had adapted enough to the dark now that I could make out shapes. The outline of the bunk frames, the darker rectangles of bodies under blankets, the square of the window, a shade lighter than the wall around it, and there, in the top bunk across from mine, a figure sitting where no one should have been sitting at that hour. Darren's silhouette was hunched forward on the edge of his mattress, head bent down. Below him, in the lower bunk, I could see the rise and fall of Miguel's shape, dead asleep, one arm flung out over the side. Darren was leaning down toward him, his upper body folded slowly, like a hinge, until his head was just above the space where Miguel's face would be. One of his hands gripped the edge of the mattress, fingers pale against the dark. The other hand was moving in the air, slowly, deliberately, as if tracing lines only he could see, or counting. 1, 2, 3. Lines in the air, connecting invisible points. The whispering was coming from him. I couldn't catch specific words, but every now and then, a sound sharpened just enough to be identifiable. A soft "thee" or a clipped "k." The rhythm of someone repeating a phrase until it settled right in their mouth. Every instinct in me screamed to say something, to clear my throat, to flip on the lights, to make a joke, any joke, to break the moment. But my body did what bodies do when something steps outside the boundaries of what they understand. I froze. I lay there, eyes barely open, breathing so shallow my chest hardly moved. Part of me clung to the idea that if I stayed still enough, quiet enough, I could go back to being furniture in the room instead of a person in it. That whatever was happening would pass over me like I wasn't there. As I watched, holding myself as still as I could, Darren's whispering halted mid-syllable. His moving hand paused in the air, fingers splayed. His head tilted slightly, like an animal catching a scent. Right then, a sound split the quiet. The PA speaker at the top of the stairs, just outside our door, popped to life with a violent burst of static. It was loud, a harsh, ripping K-key kirsch that shredded the layer of night silence the way the bus pothole had shredded Darren's careful lines on the page. The kind of sound that makes your muscles jerk before your brain catches up. For a half second, I thought someone downstairs had hit the talk button. No voice came through. Just that one ugly crackle, and then nothing. Silence crashed back in, thicker than before. Somewhere down the hall, a toilet flushed. Someone in the next room muttered and shifted. The heater sighed. In our room, Darren's silhouette straightened slowly, peeling back from its lean over Miguel's bed. His moving hand lowered to his side, fingers closing into a loose fist. He sat there, backlit by the faint gray of the window, utterly still. I did not close my eyes. I did not move. The intercom's brief scream hung in my ears long after it stopped, like an echo in a room I hadn't realized was big enough for one. In the light of morning, it was very easy to pretend nothing had happened. Sun pushed around the edges of the curtains in thin, bright lines. Someone's alarm went off, a tinny pop song from a cheap phone speaker, before it was slapped quiet. The air in the bunk room felt heavier, full of the smell of sweat, detergent, and the faint tang of lake water clinging to clothes. Miguel sat up in his bunk below me, hair mashed flat on one side, yawning so wide I could hear his jaw pop. "Dude, I slept like a rock," he said, swinging his legs over the edge. "I don't think I moved once." "Yeah?" I said, my voice a little hoarse. You, wake up at all? Middle of the night?" He scratched his ribs through his t-shirt and shook his head. "Nope. You." I hesitated. It would have been so easy to say, "Yeah, you were talking in your sleep," or "I thought I heard something weird, something vague, something that didn't make me sound crazy." Instead, I just shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe. I feel weird. Camp beds suck," he said, already halfway to the door. "Come on, I can smell pancakes." Tyler was fumbling for his glasses on his little metal shelf, blinking owlishly once he found them. Darren was awake, sitting on his bunk with his back against the wall, legs crossed. His sketchbook was already open on his lap. He didn't look tired. He didn't look like someone who'd been up whispering at 2:47 a.m. He looked exactly like Darren always did. Pale, focused, unreachable. He glanced at me once, briefly, as I swung down the ladder. His eyes slid past me almost immediately, back to the page. If he'd noticed I was awake the night before, There was no sign of it on his face. At breakfast, the dining hall buzzed with the kind of energy only too early sugar can give. Kids scraped chairs back and forth, shouted for syrup, argued over who got the last chocolate milk. The smell of pancakes and something pretending to be sausage mingled with the ever-present wood and dust of the lodge. I forced food down, barely tasting it. The empty space on my wrist nagged at me more than my hunger did. Every time I reached for my fork, my brain expected to feel the familiar bump of the watch band sliding along with the tendons in my hand. It was like reaching for a missing tooth with your tongue. If anyone noticed how quiet I was, they didn't say anything. Why would they? In a room that loud, one kid going silent barely registers. After breakfast, they turned us loose outside. Free time before morning devotions, one of the adult volunteers called, waving an arm at the patchy field and the gravel lot and the narrow strip of shoreline. A knot of boys immediately claimed the space by the lake, daring each other to get closer to the cold, dark water without actually falling in. Someone started skipping rocks, the flat stones ticking against the surface and sending out small, perfect ripples. The air was crisp, the sun just high enough above the tree line to turn the lake skin into silver. The surface was so still, it looked fake, like someone had laid a sheet of glass on top of the water. The reflection of the lamp by the dock was faint now, washed out by daylight, but the boards of the dock itself looked even more warped from this angle, like a spine bending slowly under the weight of years. I wandered near the edge of the gravel lot instead, hands shoved into my hoodie pocket, watching the others run around. Someone had started a game that involved chasing each other between the parked cars and pretending the bus was base. Sneakers skidded in loose stones. A few kids were already breathing hard, their voices echoing strangely against the trees. The lodge loomed behind us, all weathered wood and square windows. In daylight, it looked less like a cozy postcard and more like a big wooden animal that had decided to sit down and let us climb around inside it. The wraparound porch was empty for the moment, the rocking chairs out front still. The front door stood slightly ajar. For no good reason, my eyes drifted up to the second floor. Most of the windows I could see were plain rectangles of reflected sky, a few with curtains drawn halfway. And in one of them, on the boys' side of the hall, a figure stood still enough to be part of the building. Darren. He was in the second floor window, looking down at us. His face was a pale oval, framed by the glass, expression blank. Not curious, not amused, not annoyed, just there. His eyes tracked the movement below slowly, like he was watching something small crawl across a piece of paper. From where I stood, I couldn't tell exactly where in the hallway he was, only that the window he stood behind was at the far end of the building. I told myself it was the bathroom. That made sense. Get up early, go to the bathroom, look out the window for a minute while you brush your teeth or wash your hands. It was a normal, human thing to do. The weird part would have been if he never looked out the windows at all. Still, something about the way he stood there made my skin prickle. He wasn't leaning on the sill or pressing his forehead to the glass. He was a little back from it, perfectly centered, arms at his sides, like he'd positioned himself there on purpose, making sure he could see and be seen. We made eye contact for half a second, just long enough for me to be sure he knew I'd spotted him. Then he stepped back, dissolving into the dim interior. The window went back to being just glass, reflecting sky and trees. I exhaled a breath I didn't know I'd been holding and looked away. And, for a while, I let myself forget about it. There were more games. Someone found a half-deflated football, and a group of us tossed it around the gravel lot, dust kicking up around our shoes. Miguel managed to trip over absolutely nothing and skid on his hands, then jumped up and bowed like he'd done it on purpose. The sun climbed higher. The chill thinned. For a few hours, it was easy to pretend we were just kids at a normal camp. It wasn't until later that the window came back to bother me. A kid who'd had to come late because of a family thing showed up around lunchtime. His parents' minivan dropped him off in a puff of exhaust and gravel, and Pastor Chris did the whole smiling welcome routine on the front steps. We were told to give him a tour, help him feel at home. I ended up in the group, trailing after them as they walked through the lodge. Maybe I wanted an excuse to be inside for a bit. Maybe I just didn't want to stand in the sun thinking about my empty wrist anymore. Pastor Chris pointed things out as we went, his voice taking on that slightly rehearsed tone adults get when they've said the same thing to 3 different groups already. "This is the common room," he said, gesturing at the couches and the TV. "We hang out here after dinner, play games, watch a movie if we have time." He nodded at the kitchen. "Food comes out of there. Staff only in the kitchen unless you're on cleanup duty, okay?" Down the right-hand hallway. "Office is in here," he said, tapping the closed door. "If you need to talk to an adult, knock and wait. Basement rec room is down those stairs. Ping pong, foosball, that kind of thing." We circled back and climbed the stairs, the group of us thudding up in an uneven rhythm. "Girls' bunks are down this way," he said at the top, pointing to the left. "Bathrooms here in the middle. Boys' bunks on the right." He stopped there, hand on the wall, by the intercom speaker that hissed quietly over his words. "This," he added, tapping it with 2 fingers, "is so we can make announcements. If you hear this crackle and someone's voice comes through, listen up. It's probably important." The late kid nodded dutifully, casting quick glances at each door, like he was already trying to memorize which one would be his. "Now," Pastor Chris said, shifting his hand from the speaker to the opposite direction. "Down this way at the very end is our storage room. That's for staff only. Extra blankets, cleaning supplies, emergency stuff. So, if you see this door," he pointed at the last one on the right, a plain wooden door with no window. "You don't need to be in there. Got it? Bathroom's on the other side of the hall." My brain snagged on that. Bathroom's on the other side. He walked us past it to the boys' room, pushing our door open so the new kid could see the mess inside. Sleeping bags half unrolled, clothes spilling out of bags, the smell of unwashed socks hanging in the air. I stayed in the hall for a second, looking back the way we had come. At the end of the corridor, the storage room door sat under a window. That window. The one I'd seen Darren in earlier, staring down at us while we ran around the gravel lot. The bathroom window was on the opposite wall, smaller. Frosted glass for privacy. The window Darren had been in was clear, larger, perfect for looking out over the parking lot. A little chill walked its fingers up my spine. Darren would have had to walk all the way down the hall past the boys' rooms, past the bathrooms, to the door he had just been told, like the rest of us, was off limits. He would have had to open it, step into a space full of things we weren't supposed to touch, and stand at that window, watching. The thing that bothered me wasn't that he'd broken a rule. We all broke rules. That's what kids do. It was how unsurprised I was by the thought of him doing it. Like part of me already knew he didn't see staff only as a stop sign. More like a label on a door in a drawing. Storage. Just another room to add to the map. That evening, after more forced fun and half-sincere small talk, the unease that had been simmering under the surface all day boiled up into something sharper. Every time I caught a glimpse of Darren, at dinner by the fireplace near the rec room stairs, my mind replayed that image of him leaned over Miguel's bed, hand moving in the dark. That empty shelf by my pillow. My watch, gone. His face in the storage room window. The way he had asked if it was important. By the time we were brushing our teeth in the bathroom that night, I had decided something. I was done pretending it was all in my head. If there was nothing going on, if he was just a weird kid with a habit of staring, and my watch had genuinely fallen into some impossible crack, then fine, I would feel stupid. I would let it go, and I would go home with a story about how I got too paranoid at church camp. But if there was something in that sketchbook, if he had my watch, if he had anything of mine, if he was planning anything, I needed to know. That meant one simple, obvious thing. I'd have to look through his stuff. I told myself I'd wait for a chance. Wait for him to be in the shower, or downstairs, or pulled into some late-night talk with a youth leader. I'd check his shelf, his bag, his sketchbook. I'd get answers, even if they were answers I didn't like. Standing there in front of the water-spotted mirror, toothbrush in hand, the fluorescent light buzzing above me, I looked at my own reflection and tried to see if I looked like the brave type. I didn't, but I was more scared of doing nothing. I wish I could say it was just the watch, just a weird kid, just a bad feeling. It wasn't. The chance came sooner than I expected. That evening, after dinner, the adults split us up for free time. Some kids headed for the basement rec room, lured by the ping pong table and the TV down there. Others drifted toward the lake again, chasing whatever was left of the daylight. Someone started trying to organize a game of hide and seek that every adult shut down immediately. "I've got a headache," Darren said, voice low, when Pastor Chris asked if he was coming outside. "I think I'm just going to lie down for a bit." "All right," Pastor Chris replied, not looking too concerned. "Stay upstairs, okay? If it gets worse, let one of us know." Darren nodded and slipped up the stairs, sketchbook under his arm. The rest of us ended up outside. Miguel talked me into a half-hearted game of catch with that same warped football from earlier. My throws were off. My hands felt clumsy, like I was wearing gloves, one size too big. My mind kept wandering back to the bunk room, to the empty space on my wrist, to the storage room window. After a while, the air got colder, and the enthusiasm for running around in it started to fade. Kids peeled off toward the basement stairs or the common room, pulled by promises of warmth and screens. Pastor Chris was down on the field, trying to referee some game that looked like it had started as soccer and mutated into chaos. "I'm gonna go grab my hoodie," I told Miguel when he asked if I wanted to head to the basement. "Bring mine too?" he said, already jogging toward the lodge. I left it on my bed. "Yeah," I said. "Sure." The words were automatic. The decision underneath them was not. Inside, the lodge was a different kind of noisy. The muffled thumps of kids running around in the basement came up through the floor in irregular booms, like distant thunder. The TV down there was turned up just enough that I could hear the rise and fall of canned laughter without catching any actual words. Somewhere near the kitchen, an adult laughed too loudly at something, the sound bouncing off the wood. I started up the stairs, hands sliding along the worn banister. The steps creaked in familiar ways. Halfway up, I could hear the faint hiss of the intercom speaker at the top, that constant, breathy static that you stopped hearing until you were alone with it. When I turned down the boys' hallway, it was empty. The overhead lights buzzed softly. The doors were all mostly closed, ours included, with just a sliver of light bleeding out underneath. For a second, I hesitated outside the room, hand on the doorknob. There was still a chance Darren was in there, lying on his bunk with a headache, sketchbook balanced on his knees. I could picture opening the door, seeing him look up, his eyes catching mine just a second too long. Then I heard it, a muffled shout and a chorus of laughter from somewhere below us, directly under our room. A heavy, hollow boom shook the floorboards. A ping-pong ball missed, someone jumping, kids piling onto a couch. The vibrations came up through the soles of my feet. If Darren had a headache, he wasn't getting much rest with all that going on. I took a breath, turned the knob, and pushed the door open. The room was empty. All 4 bunks stood quiet in the grainy overhead light. Sleeping bags crumpled, pillows askew, duffels half unzipped. The air was cooler up here. The faint smell of lake and sweat and dust settling into the fabric of everything. I stepped inside and let the door fall mostly shut behind me, leaving it open just a few inches. The tiny sound of the latch not quite catching felt weirdly loud. Miguel's hoodie was right where he said it was, a blue pile at the foot of his bed. I grabbed it and tossed it onto my own bunk for later, just to make it look like I had a real reason to be there. Then I turned toward Darren's bunk. His duffel was under the bed, just visible at the edge. A black bag, one side sagging open where the zipper didn't quite meet. From the ladder, I could see the corner of his sketchbook up on the little metal shelf by his pillow, spine facing out. Its presence up there was like another pair of eyes in the room. The house creaked softly around me. Floorboards stretched, pipes ticked in the walls. The intercom speaker out in the hall hissed faintly, as if clearing its throat. I knelt down by the bunk, the carpet rough under my knees, and pulled the duffel out just far enough that I could open it more. The zipper rasped, teeth parting with a sound that made me wince. Just fast, I told myself under my breath. Just enough to be sure. The first layer of stuff was completely normal. Folded t-shirts, rolled up socks, a pair of jeans, all stacked with more care than I'd expected. A toothbrush wrapped in a paper towel. One travel-size bottle of deodorant. A paperback book with a churchy title. The most boring, reassuring contents a kid's bag could have. Part of me wanted to stop there, to close it up, shove it back under the bed, and walk away with the story that he was fine and I was the problem. I dug deeper. Under the clothes, wrapped in the thick curl of one of his socks, my fingers brushed something hard and cold. My stomach dropped before my brain had even named it. I pulled it out. Neon green plastic flashed in the overhead light. My watch. It lay in my palm, curled band and blank screen, as familiar as my own face in the mirror. The tiny crack in the casing, the scuff near the top right corner, the worn bit of strap where I fiddled with it during tests. My heart thudded so hard I could feel it in my throat. He hadn't found it on the floor and forgotten to tell me. He had wrapped it in his own sock and buried it under his clothes. My cheeks burned. Anger and something like nausea wrestled in my chest. I put the watch on my wrist, with hands that shook more than I wanted them to, the plastic cool against my skin. The fit was strange after a day without it, like slipping into an old shoe you thought you'd outgrown. I should have stopped there. I didn't. Near the side of the duffel, tucked into a slit in the fabric lining, I felt the edge of paper. I pinched it between my fingers and worked it free. It was a library card. Old, laminated, corners rounded with wear. My name was on it, not just my first name. My full name, printed in a childish, careful hand on the front. The letters a little crooked. The address listed underneath was my childhood house. The rental with the cracked driveway and the chain-link fence. This was from years before Knox Middle, from a time when my biggest worry had been overdue book fines. I hadn't seen this card in forever. I'd assumed it was lost in some box in my mom's closet, or thrown out when we moved. Yet here it was, in Darren's bag, as casually stowed as a spare pair of socks. My fingers went numb. Under the card was a photograph, printed on cheap paper and cut unevenly along the edges. It took me a second to recognize it. The colors were off, the image slightly grainy, the way school newsletter photos always are. It was our lunch table. Me, Miguel, Tyler, and Darren, captured mid-laugh. Miguel was halfway through some ridiculous story, mouth open, hand in the air. Tyler was looking down at his tray, smiling faintly. I was angled toward Miguel, frozen in that awkward, open-mouthed almost laugh people always hate seeing of themselves. Darren wasn't looking at the camera. His face was tilted toward the lens, but his eyes were on me. The background was the Knox cafeteria, vending machines, exit signs, the bland brick wall. I remembered the day the yearbook kid had wandered by and snapped it, shouting something about friends being friends. I hadn't thought about that moment since. The photo had been cut from something bigger. There were half-visible shoulders and arms of other kids sliced off at the edges. It had been trimmed down so our table filled the frame. I set the library card and the photo on the carpet next to me, side by side. My name looked wrong next to my own face, like two pieces of myself had been relocated and pinned into someone else's collection. My eyes drifted back to the duffel, to the bottom of it, where the contents sagged down around a solid rectangular shape, the sketchbook. It came out heavier than I expected. Black cover, spiral binding along the side, edges worn shiny. The texture of it was familiar, from all the times I'd seen it sitting on cafeteria tables and classroom desks. It was like holding the physical form of every question I'd never asked. My palms were damp. The book nearly slipped. Just fast, I told myself again. My voice barely made it past my teeth, just enough to prove you're wrong. The first page I opened held a drawing of a hallway. Not this hallway, another one. The walls were painted cinder block, the floor tiled. Lockers lined one side, doors the other. The perspective was slightly elevated, like the viewer was hovering a few feet above the ground near the ceiling, looking down the length of it. The fluorescent lights overhead were represented as bright rectangles, shading falling outward from each one. I flipped. Another hallway. Different angle. Then a stairwell, viewed from the top of the railing. Not a place you would stand unless you were climbing up onto something you weren't meant to. Each drawing was clean, precise, detailed in the way you only get if you've stared at a place long enough that your eyes start to catalog it on their own. A teacher's lounge appeared 3 pages in. I recognized it from the time I'd gone in with a pass to deliver attendance sheets. The couch, the round table, the chipped coffee mug tree by the sink. There was the microwave with the dented door, the coffee maker with a faint halo of burned-on drip around the hot plate. The angle was wrong, though. It wasn't drawn from the doorway or the floor. It was drawn from higher up, as if the artist was sitting on top of the vending machine in the corner, knees pulled up, watching. No one ever sat up there. You weren't supposed to. You'd have to drag a chair over, or climb on furniture, or wait until no one was around. I flipped faster. More rooms. More angles that belonged to no normal standing position. A band room from the top of a storage cabinet. The library from the gap between two ceiling tiles. The tops of the shelves visible in a way I'd never seen. Then my hand stopped. The page in front of me punched the breath out of my lungs. It was my bedroom, not a generic boy's room. Mine, the twin bed under the window, sagging slightly on the left side where I always slept. The mismatched sheets. The old comforter with a pattern of blue squares my mom had bought on sale. The pillow with a faint, permanent dip in the middle. The poster above the headboard was there too. A band I'd gotten into for exactly 6 months before moving on. The corners in the drawing were curled just like they were in real life, one held up by an extra piece of tape. On the floor, next to the bed, my cheap bookcase, 3 shelves high, sagging slightly in the middle under the weight of paperbacks and game cases. The top shelf had a small lamp with a crooked shade. The second had a stack of comics. The third was a mess of notebooks and loose sheets of paper. The chaos had been reproduced faithfully, every skewed angle and overlapping edge. Near the floor, by the outlet where I plugged in my phone charger at night, the drywall had a hairline crack. It started at the top of the baseboard and ran up an inch or two, barely noticeable unless you were lying on the ground or staring very hard. The crack was in the drawing. The perspective was wrong. Again, it was drawn from just above the doorway, looking down into the room. Like someone had opened the door a few inches and then lifted themselves up to peer over the top, seeing the bed and the window and the sleeping form that would be there at night. The sleeping form wasn't in this drawing. The bed was empty, but the space where my body would be was etched in negative, in the way the sag of the mattress dipped a little deeper on one side. My hands started to shake. The edges of the page blurred, not from tears, but from the way my vision tunneled. My mouth had gone dry, tongue sticking to the roof. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, loud and insistent, like someone knocking from inside my chest. Downstairs, someone whooped loudly at a video game victory. The sound came up through the floor as a distant, muffled cheer. Up here, in that narrow room, with 4 bunks and a single window, I sat cross-legged on the rough carpet, holding a book full of places I thought belonged to me, and realizing, for the first time, that someone else had been in those spaces long enough to memorize them. I should have closed the book right then. I should have put everything back, shoved the duffel under the bed, and gone downstairs to find an adult with a badge or a clipboard or any authority at all. Instead, I turned the page. There's this thing that happens when you're already horrified. Some part of you keeps going because it needs to know the shape of the thing that's scaring you. Like if you can see all of it, it might become manageable, definable, less like a shadow, and more like a person you can point at. The next spread was labeled. Up in the top margin, in cramped, careful handwriting, one word: studies. The left page was the lodge's living room. Not just one drawing, 4 smaller ones, arranged in a grid. The same room from 4 different angles, like still frames out of a security system. Top left, the view from the TV corner, the sagging couches, the coffee table, the fireplace. The angle perfectly matched what you'd see if you were sitting on the floor by the metal cart, leaning back against it. Top right, from the top of the stairs, looking down. The room foreshortened, edges warped. The tops of kids' heads suggested in faint ovals, as though he'd sketched them lightly and then erased, leaving ghosts. Bottom left, a view from the front window, as if someone had pressed their face to the glass at night, looking in. The reflections on the pane were rendered in thin, overlapping lines. Fire, faces, the warm blob of the ceiling light. Bottom right, from the front porch, the doorway framing the interior. That one made my skin crawl. The threshold itself was a heavy black rectangle. The room beyond a pool of light surrounded by dark, like an island. I could almost feel the cold air outside the frame, the moment of hanging back before stepping in. Every angle was slightly elevated, just a little higher than a normal standing human's perspective. That same, not quite possible vantage point. I flipped to the next page. The right side held another studies spread, this one in looser strokes. Stairwell from halfway up, looking down. The common room from behind the intercom by the kitchen, as if someone had braced a hand on the wall and leaned around it. The image that bothered me most was a quick sketch of the dock and lamp. The dock itself was drawn from above, like from the roof where the camera probably sat. The warped boards were meticulously cross-hatched, the shadows between them dark like cracks. The lamp was a blinding white mass in pencil, the glow bleeding out. The water around the posts was shaded in tight, circular strokes. Near one end of the dock, a little arrow pointed at a tiny dark patch in the water. Next to it, in letters so small I had to squint, he'd written, "Drip." My throat tightened. I turned the page again, hands moving faster, breath picking up without my permission. Now I was staring at us. The second floor bunk room filled the next sheet, stretching from spiral to edge. The walls, the floor, the window, the layout was exactly right. 4 beds in 2 rows, the narrow strip of floor between them, the little wall clock over the door. Even the scuff on the door itself, where someone's shoe had marked it, was there as a faint smudge. Up in the corner, near the ceiling, was the PA speaker. The little black box was sketched with care, its grill cross-hatched, a looping line showing where the wire disappeared into the wall. Above it, in small letters, was one word: hiss. I heard it as soon as I read it. Like the act of seeing the word pulled the sound forward. The steady, quiet static from the hall, always there, always just under everything else. Toward the top of the page, in the angle between the ceiling and the far wall, he'd added a small circle. Not a light fixture, not part of the actual room. Just a circle, like a peephole or an eye. Next to it, with a tiny arrow pointing in, he'd written, "I." My skin crawled. I glanced up at the actual corner of our room, half expecting to see a hole drilled through the drywall, some dark pupil peering down. There was nothing but dusty cobwebs and a faint shadow. I looked back down. The opposite page was worse. The drawing was darker, the pencil strokes heavier. It was the same room, but this time framed tighter, the focus pulled inward. The bunk beds loomed larger, the perspective taken from near the doorway, looking at the row where I slept. In the bottom bunk, slightly off-center, someone was lying on their side. Their hair stuck up in uneven tufts on the pillow, the back of their head turned toward the viewer. The curve of the shoulder under the blanket, the angle of the neck. It was me. I knew it the way you know your own reflection in a fogged-up bathroom mirror. Above, on the top bunk, a vague shape sat. The outline was more suggested than defined, like he hadn't decided yet how detailed he wanted to be. A hunched figure, knees drawn up, head bowed down over the lower bed. One of its hands was reaching over the edge. The fingers were sketched in slow, careful lines, hanging inches over the sleeping body below. There was a sense of movement in the way the pencil marks overlapped, like he had traced the path the hand might take if it kept going. I could almost feel the phantom brush of skin over my neck. The window was visible in the frame, a dark rectangle. Beyond it, faint lines suggested the gravel lot, the bus, the lamp outside, just enough to anchor the scene in this specific place and nowhere else. At the bottom of the page, pressed so hard into the paper that the letters almost cut through, was a label. First real one. I read it 3 times before my brain accepted the shape of the words. First, real. 1. Real what? Real drawing? Real plan? Real act? My stomach flipped. Darren hadn't just been filling a sketchbook with places. He'd been rehearsing. Angles, sight lines, the way the room looked in the dark, the way a body looked in that bed from this height, the way a hand would have to reach, the eye in the corner, as if he was trying to find every possible vantage point he might have. I thought of waking up at 2:47, of his silhouette leaning down from the top bunk, whispering things I couldn't quite hear, of his hand moving in the air, tracing invisible lines. The drawing hadn't been a fantasy. It had been a test. I realized my own hands were leaving faint sweat marks on the edges of the pages. I wiped them on my jeans and kept going, turning pages with a kind of horrified momentum. Farther in, the drawings loosened, the lines more impatient. Maps of the lodge, traced in quick strokes. The main floor from above, rooms labeled in tiny print. Common, kitchen, office, stairs, basement, dock. Thin arrows connected certain points. One looped from the boys' room to the storage room window, then down along the outer wall to the lot. My name appeared now and then in the margins, not in big obsessive blocks, just dropped in. Next to the bunk sketch, next to the living room view from the TV corner, next to a tiny drawing of our lunch table again, this time from above, as if he'd climbed onto the cafeteria railing to get the angle right. Near the back of the sketchbook, the paper changed. The drawings were lighter, more hesitant. One page had a half-finished house on it, not the lodge. A regular suburban house. 1 story, small front porch, a narrow strip of lawn and a sidewalk, a tree off to the side, a street lamp on the corner, its light indicated with radiating lines. I knew that house. It was my parents' place. He had drawn it from the sidewalk, from the exact angle you'd see if you stood under the street lamp at night and looked toward the front window. The living room light in the drawing was on, glowing rectangle in the center of the house. Inside that lit rectangle, there was a shadow by the window. Not detailed, just a dark shape, but the posture, the height, close enough to make my chest tighten. It could have been me. It could have been my dad in his chair. It could have been all of us, reduced to a smudge. The rest of the page was full of erased marks. You could tell something had been written in the margin and then rubbed almost away. The paper was worn thin there, smudged gray. I tilted the book, squinting, letting the light catch the grooves of what had been there. The words came up out of the graphite like a bruise through makeup. Too soon. They'll hear. Must wait. My hand spasmed. The sketchbook almost slipped out of my grip. Too soon. They'll hear. Must wait. He had stood outside my house. At night. Under that street lamp. Close enough to see the light in our window and the shape of someone moving inside. Close enough to decide not to act. Not yet. Because the timing wasn't right. The idea of him anywhere near our street, breathing the same cold air that came in under our front door, seeing the little crack in the bottom step we always stepped over, that was bad enough. The idea that he had been planning something there, that made the camp drawings feel less like an obsession and more like an escalation. He had been working up to something. My pulse pounded so hard my vision wobbled. It felt like the room had tilted slightly, like the lodge itself was on a slow, sickening lean toward the lake. From below, another muffled boom went through the floor. Somebody yelled, "Nice shot!" The sounds were so normal, they barely registered as real. Up here, every tiny noise was amplified. The whisper of pages as I turned them, the rasp of my breath in and out, the soft, constant hiss from the speaker in the hall, the faint creak of the building settling around me, wood shifting against wood. I flipped one more page, needing to know if there was something worse, some definitive proof that would tell me exactly what he had done or would do. The next sheet was only half drawn. The lines were tentative, as if he'd started and then stopped, his pencil hovering. A rectangle in the middle of the page suggested a door. A smaller square inside it suggested a peephole. Around it, shadowed walls, the hint of a floor. It could have been any door. It could have been mine. There were no labels on that one, no notes, no first or second or anything else. Just the beginnings of a scene he hadn't finished yet. I realized then that my brain was trying to split the world in two. One half wanted to scream, "This is insane, this is dangerous, this is not your job to fix." The other half was cold, methodical, already piecing together cameras, windows, angles, positions, already trying to see where I fit in his plans. First real one. Too soon. They'll hear. Must wait. The words tangled in my head, a thread I didn't want but couldn't drop. I was still kneeling there, sketchbook open, my watch newly back on my wrist, my younger self's library card, and a photo of my own face lying on the carpet beside me, when a new sound joined the others. Footsteps in the hallway, slow, approaching our door. The intercom hissed on, louder for a heartbeat, as if it too were leaning in to listen. The footsteps in the hallway snapped me out of it. They were close, soft thuds on the carpet, coming toward our door, then slowing. For a second, I pictured the knob turning, the door swinging open on its own. Darren framed there, looking down at me kneeling in front of his stuff, with his whole secret life spread out around my knees. My hands moved before my brain did. I slammed the sketchbook shut, the covers clapping together with a dull whump that sounded way too loud in the empty room. I grabbed the library card and the cutout photo and shoved them back into the side slit of the duffel. The watch I curled into my fist without thinking, the band biting into my palm. The footsteps passed our door and kept going, down toward the bathroom by the sound of it. A toilet flushed a few seconds later. The intercom hissed softly out in the hall, as if irritated at the sudden noise. My heart was still pounding like it wanted out of my throat. I jammed the sketchbook back into the bottom of the duffel, the spiral binding catching on the edge of the bag. For a second, I had to fight with it, the metal teeth scraping the fabric, and the whole time my brain was screaming, "Hurry, hurry, hurry." When it finally slid in, I yanked the zipper most of the way closed, leaving it in almost the same sagging, half-open position it had been in. Miguel's hoodie was still on my bed. I grabbed it with my free hand, slung my own over my shoulder, and left the room, forcing myself not to sprint. The door eased mostly shut behind me, leaving that same thin wedge of darkness open at the bottom. The hallway felt too bright. The overhead lights buzzed, a faint high note just above my hearing. The speaker at the top of the stairs whispered its static into the air. From below, I could hear the basement again. The thump of kids jumping, the hollow boom of someone landing wrong on the ping pong table, bursts of laughter that came up through the floor like distant thunder. My hand, still clamped around the watch, was sweating. My fingers had gone numb where the plastic dug into them. I went down the stairs fast enough that the wood complained under each step. In the common room, the couches were half empty, board games abandoned mid-play. A couple of kids were arguing about whose turn it was on the Xbox. An adult volunteer was by the fireplace, poking at the logs with the wrong side of the poker. Pastor Chris was in the kitchen, his back to the room, rinsing out mugs in the sink. The white fridge hummed so loud it almost drowned out the other sounds. The vinyl floor under my shoes made a sticky little shuff with every step. "Pastor Chris," I said, my voice coming out thinner than I meant it to. He glanced back over his shoulder. "Hey man, you okay?" he asked. Casual, like he expected me to ask for more syrup or the Wi-Fi password. "I need to show you something," I said. "Can we not here?" He must have heard something in my tone because his smile faltered. He set the mug down, wiped his hands on a dish towel, and stepped away from the sink. "All right," he said, keeping his voice low. "Let's step into the corner here, okay?" We went to the far end of the kitchen, near the door that led out to the back steps. From there, we were mostly hidden from the view of the common room, just outlines through the doorway. I could still hear the murmur of kids' voices, the occasional controller thump against plastic. "What's going on?" he asked. "You look like you saw a ghost." I opened my hand. The neon green watch sat there in my palm, strap curled, screen black. His brow furrowed. "You found it?" he said. "That's great. I told you it would. It was in Darren's bag," I blurted. He blinked. "What?" "In his duffel," I said, words tumbling out now, too fast to stop. "Wrapped in one of his socks at the bottom. He took it, and..." I felt my breath hitch, and that's not the worst part. His mouth tightened. For a second, I saw annoyance flash across his face, the kind adults get when they think kids are dragging them into drama. "Okay," he said slowly. "Slow down. You went through his stuff?" "Yes," I said. "I know I shouldn't have, but he's been weird. The watch, the window, the..." My brain tripped over itself. "Please, just wait." I slung both hoodies onto the counter, dug my other hand into my pocket, and pulled out the page I'd folded there without even fully deciding to. In my rush, I hadn't thought about which one I grabbed. My fingers had found the thickest paper, the one that felt most carved into. I unfolded it now. His eyes dropped to the pencil lines, and I watched the color drain from his face in real time. It was my bedroom, the bed under the window, the poster, the crack in the wall. In the bottom margin, in block letters I hadn't noticed until now, maybe because I hadn't wanted to, were two words pressed hard enough that the page bore their imprint even where the graphite had gone light. First real one. Pastor Chris stared at it for a long moment. His throat moved as he swallowed. When he looked up, it wasn't at me. It was at the ceiling, like he could suddenly see through the wood and carpet and straight into the bunk room where Darren wasn't. "What else did you see?" he asked, voice very quiet now. "The bunks," I said. "Our bunks, with someone in my bed and something above it. The lodge living room, the dock, the teacher's lounge back at school, my house from the street. All these angles like from cameras or up near the ceiling. A page that said studies, another one that said first real one. Notes, like he's planning something, and my library card, and a picture of us at lunch. He had them. I was rambling. I knew it. But once I started, I couldn't stop. The words, too soon, they'll hear, must wait, stuck in my teeth, and I couldn't bring myself to say them out loud. He took the page from me carefully, like it might crumble if he held it too tight. His eyes tracked every detail, his jaw clenched. "Okay," he said finally, but it sounded like he was convincing himself, not me. "Okay, listen to me." He folded the page in half, and then again, hiding my room from view, and slid it back toward me, not keeping it. "You need to put everything back where you found it," he said. "The watch, the card, the photo, the sketchbook, all of it, exactly like it was." "What?" I stared at him. "But I will talk to Darren," he said, "and to his parents, and to Pastor Mike back at church. We'll handle this, all right? This isn't something you need to be dealing with. We don't want to scare the other kids or start throwing around accusations without context." He had a drawing of my bedroom, I said, my voice cracking. "He had my stuff. He was in our room last night, whispering over Miguel. Is that not enough context?" He winced, just barely. "It's concerning," he said. "It is, and I'm glad you came to me. But we're out here with a bunch of kids, and we're responsible for all of them. If word gets out that one boy has been watching others, sneaking into rooms, we could have a panic. Parents would lose their minds. Some of them will never let their kids come back. We need to be wise." "So what do I do?" I asked. "Just pretend nothing is happening?" "You let the adults handle it," he said, using that calm, pastoral tone that suddenly made me want to hit something. "Put it back. Don't say anything to the other boys. Not yet. I'll call Darren's parents. We'll get him home. I promise you, this will not be ignored." The fridge hummed louder, like it was straining to fill the silence between us. Out in the common room, someone laughed too loud at a joke. A fork clinked against a plate. The normal sounds of a normal retreat pressed against the edges of this conversation, trying to shove it out of existence. I looked down at the watch in my hand. It felt heavier now, like metal instead of cheap plastic. "I have to put this back," I said numbly. He nodded. "Just for now. It's evidence in a way. If his parents ask questions later, it's better if it's still where he left it. We'll talk to them about getting you a new one, all right? Or maybe they'll... I don't know. But you don't confront him. You don't tell your friends. Not yet." He kept coming back to that. Not yet. I wanted to ask, when? But the answer felt obvious. After we went home. After it stopped being his problem. I slid the watch into my pocket, the folded page next to it, and nodded because I didn't know what else to do. "Good man," he said, putting a hand on my shoulder. "Go on. Be quick about it." The walk back upstairs felt like moving through a dream where your legs don't work right. The intercom hissed at the top of the stairs. The hallway seemed longer. In the room, everything was exactly as I'd left it. The duffel under Darren's bunk still slouched open. The air felt stale, like the walls had been holding their breath. I knelt down and opened the bag. The sketchbook was still at the bottom, spine pressed against the fabric. I did what he'd told me to do. I slid my library card back into the side slit, the photo right behind it. I took the watch out of my pocket, uncurled the sock I'd unwrapped earlier, and tucked it back inside, my fingers lingering for a second longer than they needed to. Putting it back felt like handing a loaded something back to a person you weren't sure you could trust. The sketchbook's cover was rough under my thumb. I told myself I was going to push it back to the bottom of the duffel without looking inside again. Instead, I opened it, just for a second, just to the page with my bedroom on it. Up close, in the margin near the bottom, I saw something I'd missed the first time. The faint, blocky letters pressed into the paper. First real one. Not just the bunk room. Me. My space. My life. My hand moved before I could stop it. 2 quick tugs and the spiral binding gave, metal tearing the page free. The sound made me flinch. I folded the drawing into thirds and slid it into my own backpack, deep into the front pocket, under a crumpled bag of chips and my extra socks. If Pastor Chris wanted everything put back, he had almost all of it. He didn't have this. I closed the sketchbook, shoved it down into the duffel, zipped the bag back to the exact half-open point it had been at, and pushed it under the bunk. Then I grabbed the hoodies, forced my face into something neutral, and went back downstairs. I kept waiting for something to happen that night. For sirens. For police. For Darren to be pulled aside in front of everyone and confronted. For someone to say the words, "This is serious," in a way that meant more than, "Let's not upset the donors." Instead, after dinner, Pastor Chris stood up in the common room and clapped his hands for attention. "Hey guys," he said, smiling, though his eyes looked tired. "Quick announcement. Darren's parents had a family emergency come up back home, so they're on their way to pick him up tonight. We're going to pray for them later, but for now, just make sure you say goodbye before he heads out, okay?" There was a scatter of indifferent "okay" as some kids didn't react at all. Darren wasn't the kind of kid who had a lot of people lined up to hug him. Through the front windows, I could see headlights turning into the gravel lot, the beams sweeping across the trees. The crunch of tires rolled up through the floor. The security monitor above the TV showed the front porch in black and white as a car eased into frame. Darren came down the stairs a minute later, duffel strap over his shoulder, sketchbook tucked under his arm like always. His face was as unreadable as ever. No tears, no visible anger, just that quiet, inward focus. He crossed the common room, and for a second, he was directly in front of me. His eyes flicked down to my wrist, bare now, empty, the watch back where he'd left it. The corner of his mouth twitched, like he'd been checking to make sure. Then he looked up at me and smiled. Just a little, just enough that I could see it was on purpose. "I didn't get to finish this one anyway," he said. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the background noise of kids, and clinking dishes, like someone had tapped directly on the inside of my skull. Then he turned and walked out. I watched his silhouette appear in the monitor's grainy feed, a lanky shape on the porch, the flash of car headlights behind him. The screen flickered once, a burst of static swallowing the image for a heartbeat. When it cleared, he was gone, the car door closing just off screen. Through the lodge window, I saw the taillights recede down the gravel drive, two red dots shrinking into the dark until they vanished among the trees. Upstairs, the speaker at the top of the stairs hissed softly on, filling the hallway with that same thin, constant breath. Coming home from that camp felt like stepping onto a stage set of my life instead of the real thing. Same cracked driveway, same patchy lawn, same leaning mailbox with our last name half peeled off the side. The neighborhood looked exactly like it always had. Small ranch houses lined up under the same sagging power lines, Sunday papers and plastic bags on porches, kids' bikes tipped over in front yards. Inside, everything sounded normal too. Too normal. The furnace kicked on that first night I was back, with the same low whoomp and steady breath through the vents that had comforted me since I was a kid. The fridge in our narrow kitchen hummed and clicked in its usual rhythm. The TV in the living room murmured through an evening game show, my dad's chair creaking when he shifted his weight. Down the street, someone's car locked with that cheerful double chirp. A dog barked twice and then gave up. Around 2 a.m., a distant freight train blew its horn as it crawled past town, the sound stretching thin through the cold air. All the familiar, harmless noises of our house and street, and I couldn't relax into any of them. The blinds in my bedroom stayed firmly shut. I had always liked sleeping with them cracked open a little, letting the streetlight paint a faint square on the wall above my bed. Now the idea of anyone seeing in from the sidewalk made my skin crawl. I checked the windows before bed every night, not just to make sure they were locked. I checked the corners of each pane, the little edges where the glass met the frame, like I expected to see a smudge where someone's fingers had been. I checked under the bed, even though I knew logically that if Darren was anywhere near us again, he wouldn't be hiding there like a cartoon monster. For the first few nights, I slept with the lamp on. I told my parents I was just having trouble readjusting after camp, that the lodge had messed with my sense of dark and quiet. It wasn't a complete lie. The truth lived folded in my top dresser drawer, under socks and t-shirts, a page torn from a sketchbook, the paper now creased and softened at the edges from how often I had unfolded and refolded it when they weren't looking. I lasted 3 days before I showed them. It was a Tuesday night. My mom was at the kitchen table, sorting through a fresh pile of mail, bills, and bulk coupons in separate stacks. My dad was rinsing plates in the sink, the sound of water hissing over ceramic. The TV was turned down low enough that the canned laughter was just background static. I stood in the doorway with the page folded in my hand, working my thumbnail along the crease so hard it almost tore. "Hey," I said, and my voice came out thin. "Can I show you something? It's about camp." My mom looked up immediately, worry already in her eyes. My dad glanced over his shoulder, then turned off the faucet. "What's up, bud?" he asked, drying his hands on a dish towel. I stepped to the table and set the folded paper down like evidence. My fingers didn't want to let go. When I finally peeled them away, I felt colder. My mom reached for it first, smoothing the creases carefully, like it might break. She unfolded it once, then again, and my bedroom spilled out across the kitchen table. For a second, nobody said anything. It looked even more wrong here, in the bright light under the overhead fixture, next to the salt shaker and the pile of grocery ads. My bed, my window, my poster, the little crack in the wall. That phrase at the bottom in block letters. First real one. My dad moved closer, leaning on the back of a chair. "Is that your room?" he asked, though we all knew the answer. "Yeah," I said. My throat felt tight. Darren drew it. The kid from camp. From school. I found it in his sketchbook. In his bag. He had my watch too. And my old library card. And this picture of us at lunch. He'd been outside the house. The words tumbled out in bursts. I told them about the lodge, the window, the bunk room, the way I'd woken up at 2:47 a.m., the whispering, the hand reaching down in the drawing, the label studies over the lodge sketches, how Pastor Chris had looked when I'd shown him, how Darren had smiled when he left, saying he didn't get to finish this one anyway. By the time I got to that part, my mom's hand was over her mouth. My dad's jaw had clenched so tight, a muscle jumped near his temple. "This is sick," my mom said, finally taking her hand away. Her voice shook. This is not normal, Mark." My dad pressed his fingers to his eyes for a second and inhaled slowly. When he dropped his hand, his face was set in that flat, practical expression he wore when something at work broke and he had to figure out how to fix it with no budget and no help. "He's a disturbed kid," my dad said. "A creepy little artist with too much time and no boundaries. Look, it's messed up. I'm not saying it's not. But did he actually do anything to you? Did he touch you? Threaten you? Hurt you physically?" "No," I said quickly. "He didn't. Not like that. He stole my watch. He was watching us at night. He was in rooms he wasn't supposed to be in. He had drawings of my bed with me in it. His hand over it. He had our house. He wrote stuff like first real one and too soon, must wait." My mom turned on my dad. "Jim, he had our address," she said, voice rising. "In his bag, our son's old library card, drawings of our house. He's been outside, watching. And at that camp, he was..." She cut herself off, shaking her head like she'd hit a wall in her own mind. "We're calling the police." My dad opened his mouth, then closed it. "And say what?" he asked after a beat. "That some weird kid likes drawing rooms? That he stole a watch and has a crush on our house? Do you know how this will sound? They'll pat us on the head, take a report, and that'll be the end of it." "Then we let them pat us on the head," she said. "We let them have it on record. If something happens later and we did nothing." They stared at each other over my bedroom on paper, the words, "first real one," between them. Finally, my dad exhaled, long and slow. "Fine," he said. "We'll call." The officer who showed up half an hour later was exactly the kind of small-town cop you're probably picturing. Late 30s, maybe. Slight belly. Hairline starting to lose the fight. His cruiser's headlights swept across our living room as he pulled up, and the red and blue reflection on our walls made my skin crawl. He sat at our kitchen table with a notebook open in front of him, pen ready. The house felt too bright. My mom had turned on every light. Like illumination alone could keep anything bad from happening. "So," he said, looking from my parents to me, "your mom tells me you had a concerning experience at church camp." He said concerning, like it was a word from a training manual. I nodded, and we went through it again. I told the story in a flat monotone that didn't sound like me. The sketchbook, the watch, the drawings, the bunk room scene. He asked basic questions, like my dad had. Did this boy, Darren, ever threaten you? Say he was going to hurt you? He asked. No, I said. Not in words. Did he hit you? Push you? Anything physical? I shook my head. He leaned over me when I was asleep. I woke up and saw him. He was whispering. There was a drawing of that exact thing in his book. He labeled it, First Real One. He drew my room. How would he know that crack in the wall? He drew our house. The officer sighed through his nose, looked down at the page again. He held it up by the corners, turning it slightly, as if a different angle might make it less creepy. The fluorescent light caught on the pencil strokes. I'm not going to lie, he said. This is odd. He tapped the margin beside my bed. I've seen kids doodle some messed up stuff, but the detail here is something. So what can you do? My mom asked. Her voice was tight, like she was holding something back. Can you talk to his parents? To the church? We can document it, he said. I can take a photo of this, attach your statement, and put it in our system. That way, if anything else ever happens involving this kid, there's a record. But he set the drawing down and folded his hands over it. There's not much to go on in terms of charges. No direct threat, no physical harm, no trespass we can prove. Courts don't look kindly on he drew something that scared me as evidence, even if I personally find it unsettling. The way he said personally made it clear that he did, in fact, find it unsettling. So we just wait? My dad asked. The question came out harsher than he probably meant it to. We keep an eye out, the officer said. You be aware of your surroundings. If you see this boy near your property again, you call us. If he contacts you, you call us. If there's any escalation, we take it from there. Right now, honestly, this looks like a troubled kid with some very specific fixations. The church will probably handle it on their end too. He took a photo of the page with a little digital camera from his belt, the flash popping too bright in our cramped kitchen. Then he slid it back across the table to my parents. Hang on to the original, he said. Don't destroy it, but you don't need to stare at it either. Put it somewhere safe. Try to live your life. He closed his notebook with a soft thump, tucked the pen into the spiral, and stood. The chair scraped against our linoleum. At the door, he put a hand on my shoulder, awkward, like he'd learned the gesture in a video. You did the right thing telling your folks, he said. You get any more art like that, you let them know, all right? Okay, I said, because there was nothing else to say. After he left, the house felt even quieter than before. No train horns, no neighbor's car alarm, no dog barking, just the hum of the fridge and the faint rush of the furnace through the vents. My mom slid the page into a manila envelope she dug out of a drawer. On the front, she wrote, Darren Camp, in small, neat letters. Then she walked down the hall to the little cabinet by the bathroom, the one that held old insurance forms, appliance manuals, and a pile of warranties no one ever read. She opened the bottom drawer, moved aside a stack of tax documents, and placed the envelope beneath them, face down. For a second, she just stood there, with her hand resting on the papers, as if she could keep the whole situation contained by physical pressure. Then she closed the drawer. Life moved on, because that's what it does, even when part of you feels like it shouldn't. Middle school lurched toward its awkward end. High school swallowed us next, bigger and louder, full of new faces who had never heard of a church camp by a lake 3 towns over. Miguel got busier and funnier. Tyler found his way into the computer lab and never fully came out. I learned to drive, spent more time at the grocery store where I'd eventually work nights. I didn't hear Darren's name again. It was like he'd fallen off the map, the line of his life dropping clean off the edge of my world, the night those taillights disappeared into the trees. Only one thing of his remained in our house, a single manila envelope in the bottom drawer, nestled between old insurance policies and broken warranties, quietly keeping its own record while the rest of us tried very hard to forget. I did not think about Darren every day in high school. That would be a lie. Most days, I thought about the things normal kids think about. Tests, whether my car would make it to school without stalling, whether the girl in my history class actually meant it when she laughed at my joke. The memory of the cabin and the sketchbook sat in my head like an old scar. There, but quiet, only aching when the weather changed. The problem was, the weather changed more than I expected. The first time it really flared up again, I was sitting on the couch in our living room, my backpack dumped at my feet, half paying attention to the evening news, the way you do when you're waiting for your parents to give up the remote. The anchor did the usual forced concern face about traffic and gas prices, then cut to a field reporter somewhere local. Live in front of the residence now, the reporter was saying, standing on a sidewalk in a windbreaker with our city's station logo on it. Police say the 15-year-old was last seen here at approximately 11 p.m. last Friday. They are currently treating the case as a possible runaway. At this time, there is no sign of foul play. Behind him, a small rental house sat in the dusk. White siding, tiny porch, 2 windows facing the street. The front window's curtains were drawn halfway, leaving a strip of glass near the top. Light leaked out into the growing dark, a pale rectangle hanging above the reporter's shoulder. It should have been just another sad local story. We had those sometimes. A kid leaving a note, a bag gone from a bedroom, parents pleading on camera about, "If you're watching this, please come home." But the angle of the shot did something to me. The camera was set up slightly to the side and lower than the window, so the viewer saw the house the way a person standing under the streetlight would. The perspective was familiar. Porch at the bottom of the frame, window higher up, curtains, a glow behind them. For a second, my brain superimposed pencil lines over the scene, shading in the siding, cross-hatching the darkness under the eaves. It looked like one of Darren's drawings. Not exactly, but close enough to make my stomach clench. The reporter kept talking. Friends describe him as quiet but kind. Last seen wearing... The words washed over me without landing. My eyes stayed on that window. Every now and then, a shadow moved behind the thin curtains, someone backlit by a lamp. Family, probably. Parents, siblings, cops, people pacing, people waiting. I thought about the half-finished drawing he'd done of my parents' house, the way he'd captured the glow of our living room window from the sidewalk, the shadow he'd put in the light, unnamed, just someone. Back then, I'd consoled myself with the idea that maybe he'd just imagined it. Maybe he'd gotten the angle from a photo somehow. Maybe he'd stitched it together from fragments. Anything to avoid picturing him physically standing in front of our house in the dark, breathing the same night air we did, watching that news clip, I felt that comfort peel away. It wouldn't have been hard. We didn't have cameras. Our street was quiet after 10. Any night, he could have taken a bus across town, walked the last few blocks, and stood under the street lamp, notebook in hand, watching the shapes in our window. After that, I started noticing things I'd never really seen before. How at night, if you drive slowly through certain neighborhoods with your headlights off, you see slices of other people's lives framed in glass, blue TV light flickering against ceilings, the glow of someone's kitchen, a figure leaning over a sink, a kid's bedroom with a desk lamp on, the silhouette of a hunched back over homework. Our town was not full of huge, unique houses. Most of them were variations on the same theme. Boxy, 1 or 2 stories, a porch, a window, a strip of lawn. The differences were in the details. What kind of curtains people chose, how high they hung their blinds, whether they left the TV on after midnight. Walking home from a friend's house one evening, my backpack slung over one shoulder, I passed a row of small houses that could have been copies of mine. The sky was that dark blue just before full night, streetlights popping on with a soft buzz. In one window, a living room lamp cast a warm circle on the wall. In another, I could see the tops of photo frames lined up along a shelf. A few houses were dark altogether, blinds shut, the insides mute and unreadable. I imagined those houses as Darren might see them, not as homes, but as boxes to be mapped, rooms to be collected, lighted rectangles in the dark, each hiding a bed, a dresser, a corner where a crack in the wall might live. Each one a potential page labeled study. I told myself it was ridiculous that I was letting one messed up kid live rent-free in my head years after he'd vanished from my life. But once you start seeing rooms from the outside, it's hard to stop. Sometimes, late at night, when I couldn't sleep, I'd sit at my desk and open my laptop to Google Street View. Type in our address, drop the little yellow man onto our street. The image that loaded was always months or years old. The leaves on the trees were wrong for whatever season we were in. Someone's car was parked in our driveway that we no longer owned, but our house was there, flattened and slightly warped by the camera. I would spin the view, line it up with the angle from the drawing I kept in that manila envelope. The camera's perspective was higher than Darren's would have been, mounted on top of the car instead of at eye level. But the geometry matched disturbingly well. The slope of our roof, the angle of the front steps, the way the living room window tucked under the eave. If you lowered the camera just a bit, shifted it onto the sidewalk, it would be almost perfect. He hadn't needed magic or some secret access to draw what he had. He just needed to stand there, to look, to wait until we turned on the light or walked in front of the glass. The thought should have made it feel less ominous. No breaking and entering, no crawling inside walls, just a kid on a sidewalk with a sketchbook. It didn't help, because if he could do that to us, he could do it to anyone. That was the part that really sank its teeth in as the years went on. Not that I might have been his only obsession, but that I might have been one of many, one of a series. First real one implied a second, a third, a list. Any random news story could have been one of his later pages. Missing boy, last seen at a friend's house. Teenage girl disappears between a mall and her driveway. Police asking for tips, showing a school photo on screen. I didn't sit and connect red strings on a wall or anything. I wasn't that kind of obsessed. But I noticed when the anchors said things like, "No sign of forced entry," or "Friends say the last place they saw them was at a sleepover." I noticed when the footage showed a quiet cul-de-sac, a driveway, a row of familiar darkened windows. More than once, I found myself halfway to that hallway cabinet, halfway to pulling the envelope out, just to make sure the page inside hadn't changed. As if pencil could shift on its own, adding new names, new angles, new shadows. I always put it back after a few seconds, my heart pounding, my fingers leaving faint smudges on the manila. The envelope got softer over time, the corners rounded from handling. The drawing inside stayed the same. My bed, my window, those 4 carved words. Nothing bad ever happened on our street. Not the kind of bad that makes the news anyway. No one vanished. No late-night squad cars parked outside our neighbors' houses. No reporters under our streetlight saying, "No sign of foul play." But the absence of a headline didn't feel like proof. What Darren had shown me in that room, full of bunks and static, was that patience could be a kind of violence too. That waiting, watching, rehearsing, mapping could be its own kind of act. Maybe he'd never come back to our neighborhood. Maybe the page of my room was nothing more than a blueprint for something he'd never build. Or maybe I'd just gotten lucky by being the test sketch instead of the finished piece. By the time I graduated, Darren was, officially, something I didn't really think about anymore. That was the line I gave myself anyway. Life got louder. High school blurred into part-time work and community college classes I mostly dragged myself through. I stocked shelves, bagged groceries, wiped down sticky tables at a chain restaurant, ran a register at a gas station off the highway. I learned how long a person could stand under fluorescent lights before their brain started to buzz like the ballast. Eventually, I moved out. It wasn't some dramatic fight with my parents, just money and space and the slow, inevitable drift. I found a shared apartment on the edge of the city with 2 guys I barely knew. The place was on the 2nd floor of a brick building over a laundromat. The hall always smelled like fabric softener and hot dust. Our living room had a sagging couch that came with the place and a TV we all chipped in for. There, the sounds at night were different. Washers thudding below us, a neon open sign buzzing faintly through the floor, car doors slamming out on the street. Someone shouting 3 buildings down. Sirens sometimes, far away, then closer, then gone. In that apartment, it was easy to tell myself the Darren thing had been a one-off. A weird camp story that made me jump at shadows, but ultimately didn't touch this new life, made of rent and roommates and cheap beer. We moved through a couple of places like that. Cheap corners of the city, peeling paint, thin walls. Roommates rotated in and out. One guy left in the middle of the night with no forwarding address. Another got married and fled to a nicer zip code. People changed, but the basic floor plan of my life stayed the same. Small room, narrow bed, 1 window to the outside world. The studio above the nail salon was the first place that was just mine. It sat over a strip of businesses on a side street. Nail salon, bail bonds office, a tax prep place that only looked alive January through April. The front door to the upstairs unit was at the end of a narrow alley, 1 metal door with a sticky lock and 3 mismatched mailboxes screwed into the brick beside it. When I signed the lease, the landlord handed me 1 key and a warning. "Lock it," he said. "People cut through here sometimes. Drunks, kids, just keep your door locked." Inside, the studio was small enough that if you stood in the middle and stick your arms out, you could almost touch opposite walls. Kitchenette along one side, 2 burners, a sink that gurgled, a fridge that rattled when it kicked on, bed tucked under the window, 1 cheap table with 2 chairs, though I never had anyone over long enough to justify both. The nail salon below had its own soundscape, dryers whirring, muffled conversation, the occasional high-pitched laugh. The place smelled like acetone and perfume, and something vaguely floral that seeped up through the floorboards. At night, when they closed, the building settled into a different rhythm. The click of cooling pipes, the rumble of the last buses going by, the faint buzz of the streetlight outside my window. I lived there about 8 months before the break-in. That day had been like any other. Long shift at the grocery store on the other side of town, trudging through aisles under humming lights, inventory gun beeping in my hand. By the time I got off, it was full dark, and the wind coming off the parking lot cut through my jacket. I took the bus back, half asleep against the window, watching the city slide by. When I got to my stop, my brain was already in autopilot. Walk the 3 blocks, cut through the alley, key in the lock, microwave something, sleep. The alley was empty when I turned into it, just wet patches where the concrete never fully dried, a couple of overflowing trash cans, the metal door at the end, lit by a single motion sensor light. The light came on as I approached, but it wasn't the only thing that looked off. The door itself was wrong. The frame around the knob was splintered, wood chipped out in jagged chunks. The latch hung crooked, barely catching. The paint was scarred, fresh white scratches against the older, dirtier white. My stomach dropped. For a second, I thought maybe the landlord had been working on it. Then I saw the blue and red reflection on the metal mailbox. Faint but there. The flicker of a cruiser parked out front. The door upstairs to my unit was open a crack. I remember my breath going shallow, my body wanting to rush in and run away at the same time. "Hey!" a voice called from inside. "You the tenant?" A uniformed cop stepped into the narrow hallway, one hand on his belt, the other holding a small notebook. He was young, maybe late 20s, with a buzz cut and tired eyes. "Yeah," I said. What happened?" "Landlord found the downstairs lock busted, called us," he said. "We cleared the place. No one's here now. Looks like someone forced your door, took a look around, and left in a hurry." He stepped back to let me up. My heart hammered harder with every stare. My hand brushed the wall, fingers trailing over rough plaster. Inside, the studio looked almost normal. The TV sat on the crate I used as a stand, screen dark, untouched. The game console under it, dusty and cheap, still there. My laptop lay open on the wobbly kitchen table, cord snaked into the outlet by the stove. A couple of plates with dried food on them sat in the sink. My coat hung on the hook by the door. There was no big, obvious empty space, no gaping absence where something expensive had been. But some things were wrong. The chair I usually kept at the table had been moved. It sat by the window now, angled slightly toward it, a few feet back from the glass, like someone had pulled it there and sat down, watching the street through the blinds. My pillow was on the floor beside the bed, not the way it fell when you knocked it off in your sleep. It lay on its side near the foot of the bed, like someone had picked it up, moved it, and then dropped it when they were done. The photo frame on the little shelf by the bed, a picture of me and my parents at some cookout, all of us squinting into the sun. was flipped face down. In the closet, the light was on. The chain swung slowly in the still air, as if someone had just pulled it a minute before we walked in. The clothes inside hung in their usual cheap lines, but there was a space in the middle where the hangers had been pushed aside. A gap, like a person had stood there, pressed back into the dark. "Anything missing?" the cop asked, flipping his notebook open. I moved through the room in a daze, touching things. TV? Check. Console? Check. Laptop? Still logged into the same nothing I'd been browsing that morning. Wallet? On the counter, cards inside. Cheap watch. Different one, years after neon green, by the sink where I'd left it. I don't think so, I said. Nothing big. Probably some junkies, he said. Or kids. They get in, expecting something quick to grab. See nothing worth a pawn ticket and bail. Maybe landlord coming spooked them. Could be they heard us rolling up. He scribbled something. Asked my full name, date of birth, how long I'd lived there. I gestured, struggling to articulate what felt wrong. It doesn't look like they were going through stuff. Like drawers aren't dumped out. Nothing's rifled. It's like they just moved things. He shrugged. Sometimes they're just checking if anyone's home, he said. Pull a chain here, flip a frame there, see how far they can push it without someone yelling. You're lucky, honestly. Seen a lot worse. We'll file a report. Landlord will have to fix the locks. I'd crash somewhere else tonight if you can, just until that's done. He left after a few more notes and a generic warning about staying vigilant. The landlord showed up, apologized half-heartedly, and wedged a temporary latch into the downstairs door. I ended up sleeping on a coworker's couch that night, staring at his ceiling fan and listening to his roommate snore. Everyone agreed it had been a near miss. Bad luck, plus good timing. On paper, the explanation was fine. It was just the details that wouldn't sit right. The chair placed precisely back from the window, far enough to see out without being seen in. The pillow on the floor like a prop. The picture turned face down, but not ripped or stolen. The closet light swinging, as if whoever had been there wanted to see how the room looked both lit and dark. It felt less like a smash and grab and more like staging, like someone had been trying to understand the space, how it worked, how the light fell, how it felt to sit in that chair and look at that bed, that shelf, that door. I moved out a month later. I told everyone it was about the rent, about wanting a quieter block, about being sick of the acetone smell. The truth was that I couldn't shake the feeling that my studio had turned into one of Darren's drawings without my consent. Another box checked off. Another room mapped. I found the place over the Walmart parking lot almost by accident. Second floor, cheap beige siding, AC units bolted under the windows. It wasn't much better than the studio, objectively. But from up there, looking out over the white lines of the lot and the glow of the sign on Hamilton Road, I felt a little less observed. The noise from below, car locks chirping, carts rattling, occasional midnight laughter wrapped around me like a blanket. I told myself again that the Darren thing was done, buried under years and jobs and moves. A weird story from middle school, a creep in a sketchbook, a police report in some forgotten file. Then last week, I came home from the night shift and found a small brown box sitting perfectly centered on my doormat. Inside was my neon green watch and a drawing of my living room from an angle no one on earth should have. I thought Darren ended with middle school. I did not realize I might have just been his first draft. The thing about calling the police is you never do it as fast as you think you will. You picture yourself dialing 911 with shaking hands the second something bad happens. In reality, you stare at the phone for a long time first, trying to decide whether what just happened is weird enough, dangerous enough, real enough to justify pulling actual uniforms into your life. I sat on my second-hand couch in that little apartment over the Walmart lot, the open cardboard box on the coffee table in front of me. The neon green watch lay where I had set it, band curled, its dead screen catching a bit of light from the TV. Next to it, the folded sheet of printer paper waited like a tiny, quiet bomb. The drawing was my living room, from above and outside. The couch, the tilted lamp, the chipped coffee table, the blinds half open to show the glow of the parking lot through the glass. It was this room, tonight, from an angle no one should have. At the bottom, in tight block letters, second real one. This time I'll finish. I'd read that line 5 times before I stood up. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else. I picked up my phone, put it down, picked it up again, and finally called the non-emergency number for Columbus PD because some sad, reflexive part of me still didn't think I deserved the word emergency. The dispatcher's voice was flat, but not unkind. I stumbled through a summary. Suspicious package. No return address. Contents tied to someone from my past. Possible stalking. By the time I hung up, my throat was raw and my hands were damp. The officers showed up 20 minutes later. 2 of them. One older, one younger. Their radios crackled softly as they climbed the stairs, boots thudding on the worn wooden steps. The hallway exit sign buzzed above them, casting everything in a faint red haze. I opened my door with the chain still on. It felt like a pointless gesture, but I did it anyway. When they flashed badges, I slid the chain free and stepped back to let them in. My apartment was suddenly too small. Their dark uniforms filled the space in a way my own body never did. They stood just inside the door for a moment, looking around the room automatically. One cop's eyes taking in exits, windows, corners. Then their gaze fell to the coffee table. The box sat there, open. The watch, the drawing, folded once, the crease sharp like a wound. "All right," the older one said, exhaling through his nose. "Why don't you walk us through this from the beginning?" We sat. Them on the other side of the table, me on the edge of the couch cushion, like a kid about to be told off. The TV was off, but I could hear someone else's television through the wall, a muffled game show laugh track. The AC unit under my window hummed low, rattling a little when it shifted cycles. The fridge kicked on in the kitchenette, adding its own steady thrum. My apartment suddenly sounded crowded with machines, all doing what they were supposed to do. I told the story. Again, the box on the doormat when I got home from my night shift. No logo, no courier tape. My name, full and correct, printed neatly on the label. No return address. The cheap cardboard, the way it had been perfectly centered. I walked them through opening it. The watch, the way it hit me in the chest, seeing something I hadn't touched since I was 12. Then the drawing under it. My voice shook when I described the perspective, that impossible angle, the phrase at the bottom dredged up from the worst part of my memory. "Second real one," I said aloud, because I needed someone else to hear it now. "This time I'll finish." The younger cop, a blonde guy with a buzz cut, shifted in his chair. The older one, with lines at the corners of his eyes that said he'd been doing this a while. Picked up the watch delicately between two fingers, turned it over, then set it back down. "Could this be a prank?" the younger one asked, notebook open, pen hovering. "Like anybody you know who'd think this was funny?" "Funny?" I repeated. "No. I mean, there's no one who knows the whole story. Not like this." "What story?" the older one asked. So I went further back. Knox Middle. The leftover kids at the lunch table. Darren and his sketchbook. Church camp by the lake. The bunk room. The whispering at 2:47 a.m. The drawings of my bedroom, of the lodge, of my house. The first real one label. Pastor Chris telling me to put everything back. Darren leaving early under the cover of a family emergency, smiling as he said he didn't get to finish this one anyway. Then the page in the manila envelope. The cop who'd taken a photo and told us there wasn't much to go on. The years of nothing. The break-in at the studio over the nail salon. The moved chair. The pillow on the floor. The closet light swinging. I talked until my throat hurt. The stations of Darren's fixation laid out in a line, ending with the box on my doormat last week. The younger cop's pen slowed halfway through and eventually stopped. He flipped a page, jotted something. The older one listened, his face mostly neutral, but his eyes kept going back to the folded paper on my table. "So this Darren," he said slowly when I trailed off. "You haven't seen him since middle school?" "No," I said. "It's like he vanished. His family moved. He never came back to school." "You have a last name?" the younger one asked. I gave it to them. Spelled it out, tasting chalk dust and cafeteria pizza again. "Look," the older cop said after a moment, "I'm not saying this isn't unusual." His gaze flicked around my small living room. "But from our point of view, you've got an anonymous package with an old watch and a creepy drawing in it. We don't have a direct threat written down. Nothing like, 'I'm going to kill you on X date.'" He wrote, "This time I'll finish," I said. "Right." He nodded. "But that could mean anything from finishing a drawing to something worse. Context matters, but legally, it's fuzzy." The younger one tried a different angle. "Anybody from back then who might remember the camp story? Someone who could have heard it and decided to mess with you? Any ex-friends, ex-girlfriends, co-workers, anyone who knows your old address and this current one?" I shook my head. "No one knows it like this. I've never told the whole thing to anyone except my parents, and one youth pastor who wanted it to go away. I don't talk about this." They were quiet for a second. I could hear my upstairs neighbor's footsteps crossing the ceiling. A car alarm chirped in the Walmart lot below my window, the sound rising thinly through the glass. "We'll pull the hallway camera footage," the older cop said finally. "You said there's one at the end of the hall?" "Yeah," I said. I'd mentioned it in my initial babbling, how the camera had clicked softly when I carried the package inside, that cheap plastic sound like the ones at camp, how the idea that Darren knew how to work around cameras made my skin crawl. "They're not great," I added. "Just little black domes the landlord put in after some mail theft. He told us they're mostly for show." The older cop grunted. "Sometimes for show is enough. We'll talk to your building manager, get the footage from the night you got the box. If we can see whoever put this there, that gives us something solid. Height, clothing, direction of travel. Maybe a face if we're lucky." "What about Darren?" I asked. "Can you look him up? See if there's anything on him?" "We can run the name," the younger cop said, pen back in motion. See if he's come up in anything local. But if his family moved out of state, there's only so much we'll see from here. You mentioned you reported him as a juvenile incident back then. Camp, drawing, all that. We might be able to pull that report too, if it's in the system. He said might, the way people say maybe when they already know the answer. Look, the older one said, softening his tone. I'm not going to tell you to relax and forget about this. Somebody put this on your doorstep, and that's not nothing. But right now, the best thing we can do is document, pull what evidence we can, and see if we can identify who we're dealing with. In the meantime, lock your doors. Maybe think about a camera of your own inside. And if anything else shows up, anything, you call us. They took the box, the watch, and the drawing with them, after asking if I'd be okay with that. I watched the younger cop slide the paper into a clear evidence sleeve, the plastic crinkling as he sealed it. The words on the bottom, second real one, blurred slightly behind the sheen. When they left, the apartment felt weirdly empty. No uniforms, no radios, no extra heartbeats. Just me and the hum of the AC and the distant beeping of a reversing truck in the Walmart lot. For 2 days, nothing happened. I went to work. I stocked shelves. Fluorescent lights buzzed and freezer doors sighed. Intercoms called for cleanup on aisle 9. Every time a car alarm chirped in the parking lot, my shoulders twitched. Every time the AC in my apartment cycled off at night and the room fell quiet, I held my breath for 1 second too long, waiting for a whisper that never came. On the 3rd day, my building manager called. His voice came through my phone distorted slightly, like he was speaking from inside a tin can. Hey, you're 24, right? 2nd floor, end of the hall? Yeah, I said, chest tightening. You hear from the cops? Yeah, they came by. We pulled the footage for them, he said. I could hear the TV in his office in the background, some game show bell dinging. They wanted me to let you know they're still looking at it, I guess. But I thought you might want to see this part yourself. That part? I said. My fingers dug into the edge of the kitchen counter. Yeah, he said. Can you swing by the office? The office was downstairs, wedged between the laundry room and the vending machines. The carpet in there was flattened and stained, and the air smelled faintly like coffee that had sat too long on a hot plate. He had the footage pulled up on an old desktop tower, the monitor's plastic frame yellowing with age. A cheap security program filled the screen, 4 black and white boxes showing different hallways in the building. That's your hall, he said, pointing at the top left square. The timestamp in the corner matched the night the box showed up. The image quality was awful. Grainy, light blooming into white blobs, dark corners swallowing detail. My door was a rectangle halfway down the frame. He clicked play. The hallway sat empty for a while. Nothing but static fleck stillness. Then further down the hall, my own figure appeared, walking toward the camera. I watched myself in ghost vision. Work vest, tired shoulders, keys in hand. I moved to my door, stopped, bent slightly. The footage didn't show the box itself. The angle was wrong for that. The view too high and far away. But you could see the way I froze. The hesitation. The way I looked left and right before picking something up and carrying it inside. When does it show who put it there? I asked. He clicked further back on the timeline. Here, he said. This is the window where it should have happened. The video jumped to 3 minutes earlier. The hallway was empty. No box, No one walking by. Just the buzzing overhead light, the slight roll of the camera as the building settled. The timestamp ticked forward. Then, without any warning, the image broke. The hallway smeared into blocks of digital noise. Black, white, gray squares fizzing and shifting in place. It looked like someone had taken a cheese grater to the pixels. The distortion lasted exactly 3 minutes, the timestamp continuing to count seconds while the picture stayed scrambled. In the static, every now and then, shapes fought to form. Suggestions of a door frame, the ghost of a line where the floor met the wall. But they melted away too fast to grab. "Then watch," the manager said, clicking again. The image snapped back to normal. Timestamp. 3 minutes later, the hallway was clear and crisp again in cheap black and white. The exit sign glowed. The light buzzed. My doormat sat in front of my door. And in the center of the mat, perfectly placed, was the small, dark rectangle of the box. No one in the frame. No figure walking away. No shadow in the corner of the shot. Just there. "You had a glitch?" I asked. My voice sounded wrong in my own ears. "Just during that part?" "Yeah," he said. "All the other hallway feeds are fine. Just that camera. Just those 3 minutes. Cops took a copy. Said they'd have some tech guys look at it. Probably call it a coincidence, but..." He shrugged helplessly. "Is there audio?" I asked. He blinked. "On this thing?" "Not really." "Well, there's a mic, but it's garbage. Picks up the exit sign more than people. Hang on." He clicked a few options. A tiny volume icon lit up in the corner of the program. He slid a slider. We watched the glitch again. Pixels fizzing, shifting, smearing. At first, all I heard was hiss. The digital kind. A steady, ugly wash. Then under it, something else. A soft scuff, like rubber on painted concrete. The sound of a shoe pivoting, turning. A pause. Then a short exhale. Breath moving past someone's nose or lips, close to a cheap mic in a plastic dome. That was it. No words. No laugh. No boo. Just presence. Human. Near. The sound hit me in a way the image hadn't. I felt it in my own throat, like it had come out of my lungs. It was so intimate, so close, that for a second I forgot I was standing in an office hunched over a monitor. It felt like someone had leaned right up against my ear and sighed. "Could be anything," the manager said quickly, like he'd read my face. "Air conditioner kicking. Somebody down the stairs. Whatever. These mics suck." I didn't answer. I just asked him to play it again. We listened to those 3 corrupted minutes 7 times in a row. The static, the scuff, that single, unguarded breath. Every time, it felt a little less like something that happened back then, and a little more like something unfolding right there in the room, pressing close, testing the shape of my silence. The thing about going back to work after something like that is the world insists on being ordinary. The night after I watched the glitchy hallway footage and listened to that breath over and over, I still had to put on my faded store vest, lace up my beat-up shoes, and drive across town to the grocery store under those same humming lights. Graveyard shift at a 24/7 place looks pretty much the same anywhere. Ours was no different. Stacy ran the cigarette counter up front. She was late 30s, hair always in a messy bun, eyeliner perfect, even at 3 a.m. She'd worked there long enough to know which regulars would try to haggle over lotto tickets and which ones you just rang up without small talk. She always had a podcast in one ear, true crime or conspiracy stuff, which felt ironic given my situation. Jamal did most of the facing on the shelves. Early 20s, always in motion, earbuds in unless a manager was walking by. He could bring an aisle from disaster to military precision in under an hour. Every label front-facing, every can in its place. He talked a lot when he was tired, dumb jokes and weird stories about his cousins, and I liked that. Talking filled the spaces between the freezer hum and the air conditioner and the distant beeps of the self-checkout. Then there was Ron. Ron had been there since before you were born, according to Ron, and no one had ever bothered to verify. He had a permanent coffee stain at the corner of his mouth and knew where every single thing in the store lived. The kind of guy who could tell you, without looking, that the weird brand of pickles a customer wanted had been discontinued 3 months ago and replaced by something with a slightly different logo. That was the core crew. The people who made the hours between midnight and sunrise feel like a small, fluorescent-lit island with its own rules. About a week after the box showed up, we got someone new. I noticed him first in the time clock line. It was just before 11, the weird limbo when day shift is leaving and night shift is clocking in, and everybody's half asleep and a little annoyed. I swiped my badge, heard the soft chirp, and the printer spit out my punch slip and stepped aside. Behind me, a guy in a gray hoodie stepped up to the clock. The hood was up, shadowing most of his hair. He had the hood strings pulled tighter than I'd seen on anyone older than a teenager, the fabric casting his face in that weird artificial cave made by fluorescent lights and bad architecture. His vest was a size too big, hanging off his shoulders. He didn't look at me. His badge caught my eye by accident. D. Harper. I read it, blinked once, and looked again. Harper. Not the same last name Darren had, but close enough that, for half a heartbeat, my brain skipped and misread it. Same first initial. Same general age bracket. The kind of coincidence you'd laugh off on any other day. New night guy, Stacy said later when I asked. Transferring from another location. They're sticking him in the stockroom mostly. Seems quiet. Fine by me. Quiet doesn't steal scratch-offs. For a few nights, he was just that. A quiet presence more in the back than on the floor. I'd see him through the swinging stockroom doors sometimes as I walked by. Hood up, head down, moving boxes from one pallet to another. Not slowly, not lazily, just methodically. Like the weight and shape of each box mattered. On the floor, the shift went on like always. The lights buzzed overhead, a constant insect-like whine. The freezers and frozen foods exhaled cold air in low, steady sighs. Every 20 minutes or so, the intercom beeped and some manager announced something to nobody. Manager to the office, or price check on register 3. The scanners at self-checkout chirped. One sad song cycled through the store's playlist twice a night. But now, layered under that, I started feeling something else. Being watched is a stupid phrase. It sounds like something you tell yourself to feel important. Most of the time, nobody is paying attention to anyone. Still, I'd be halfway down the frozen foods aisle, stocking bags of peas and sad little microwavable dinners, and I'd feel that prickle on the back of my neck. The sense of a line drawn from somewhere to the middle of my shoulder blades. I'd glance up. Sometimes, all I'd see was the convex mirror at the end of the aisle. Those big chrome bubbles they hang to catch shoplifters. My own distorted reflection would stare back, stretched weird and round. But every now and then, I'd catch a suggestion of someone else in that curve. A shape at the very edge of the mirror. A figure at the mouth of the next aisle. just outside the main overhead light, so their outline was more absence than presence. By the time I turned my actual head, the end of the aisle would be empty, just a stack of end-cap cereal boxes and the humming freezer doors. Once, around 2 in the morning, I was zoning out while facing jars of pasta sauce. The store was as quiet as it ever gets. No customers, just Ron, re-stickering something 3 aisles over, his cartwheels squeaking every few feet. I reached for a jar, felt that prickle, and looked up. Down the long stretch of aisle 12, past the paper towels and trash bags, a figure stood at the far end, just where the aisle opened toward the back wall. Gray hoodie, head turned my direction. We were far enough apart that I couldn't see his face clearly, but he didn't move, didn't turn away, just stood, like he'd forgotten what he'd come down the aisle for. I blinked. The lights overhead buzzed, wobbled, and brightened again, the way they did sometimes when one ballast decided to stir. For that fraction of a second, the aisle went oddly dim. When the light steadied, the end of the aisle was empty. I told myself he'd just stepped around the corner, that I'd blinked at the same time, that nothing about it needed to mean anything. That's the thing about paranoia. Logic and gut live next door, but they rarely talk. Days blurred, nights stretched. The box incident slipped into the background hum of my life. Not gone, never gone, but filed under waiting to hear back. The cops hadn't called. The building manager hadn't called. Darren was still a ghost with no file I could access. Then one night, the hooded guy and I ended up in the break room at the same time. The break room was a sad little square behind the stock room. One long table stained with coffee rings, vending machines lining one wall, a fridge in the corner with 3 different passive-aggressive notes about labeling your food. The microwave door squeaked when you opened it and didn't always latch on the first try. It was 11:05 p.m. I'd just clocked out. My feet hurt in that deep, bone-tired way that isn't actually about feet. I filled one of the chipped mugs from the industrial coffee carafe, out of habit more than desire. The fluorescent light above the table flickered for a second as I leaned against the counter. The vending machine hummed louder, almost like it was compensating. The door opened with a soft hiss of the closer. Gray hoodie stepped in. Up close, he looked older than I'd thought. Late 20s, maybe early 30s. About my age. His hair was trimmed short, where the hood didn't hide it. His face was ordinary. Not handsome, not strange. Average height, average build. The only thing that stuck was the eyes. They weren't unique in shape or color, but in the way they moved. When he walked in, his gaze did a quick sweep of the room that felt too familiar. Door, corners, camera bubble in the ceiling, table, vending machines, me. Not lingering on any one thing for long, but taking in the layout like it mattered. Our eyes met for half a second. It was like being pinned. Not by anything overtly threatening, but by an attention that felt clinical, evaluating. The way you'd look at furniture you were measuring, or a room you were tracing. "Hey," I said, because silence felt worse. He nodded once. "Hey." His voice was low, flat, no accent I could place. He crossed to the vending machine, dug some change out of his pocket. The coins clinked softly as he fed them in. The machine beeped, little red numbers counting down. The light above us flickered again, a quick stutter that made everything jump for a frame. For just that split second of dimness, the room in front of me wasn't the break room. It was pencil lines on a page, table, machines, door, corners. A small circle in the ceiling, labeled I. I blinked, and it was fluorescent tile again. He punched in the code for a candy bar. The coil turned. The snack dropped. The thud it made at the bottom of the machine sounded louder than it should have. "You're the new night guy, right?" I asked, because my brain had decided talking was better than letting the silence grow teeth. "Transfer from the East Broad store?" He looked at me again, that slow, scanning way. His gaze paused for a fraction of a beat longer on my face, like he was matching me to something he'd seen before. "Yeah," he said. "Dan." He tapped his badge, with a cheap plastic read D. Harper. "Mark," I said automatically, tapping mine. "I've been here a while." "I know," he said. It was such a simple sentence that it took me a second to feel the weight of it. He tore the corner of the wrapper, peeled it back, took a bite. The fluorescent light finally settled, buzzing at a steady pitch. Somewhere down the hall, a pallet jack squeaked. "See you around?" he said after a moment, already halfway turned toward the door. Then he was gone. The door swung gently behind him, the closer hissing. I stood there with my coffee cooling in my hand, heart beating faster than a two-sentence exchange warranted. Logic lined up its arguments quickly. Darren would be around my age now. People move. Families move. He could be in another state, another country. Same first initial and similar last name don't mean anything. Plenty of guys learn to scan rooms from crappy jobs or bad neighborhoods. Plenty of quiet people wear hoodies. On paper, Dan was just a guy who didn't like talking, stuck in a stockroom job, doing his time under fluorescent lights same as the rest of us. But I found myself glancing at the schedule more than before, mentally circling the nights he was on with me. I started timing my backroom trips so I'd go in when I could hear other voices. Jamal or Ron banging around in the pallet aisles, instead of during those thin, quiet stretches around 3 a.m., when the stockroom felt as far from the rest of the world as that cabin by the lake had. When I found myself alone in the aisles, just me and the towering stacks of boxes, the smell of cardboard and dust, the hum of the cooler units through the wall, I moved faster. I kept my back to the wall more than made sense. I listened for footsteps that never came. I didn't know if I was seeing Darren in every shadow because he was really there, or because I'd spent half my life waiting for him to be. The second page did not come in a box. It came like junk mail. It was a Wednesday night, or maybe early Thursday, if you want to be technical. My shift had been the usual blur of fluorescent haze and barcode beeps. By the time I pulled into the lot under my building, the Walmart sign was throwing that constant corporate halo over everything. Blue and white light bouncing off rows of parked cars and empty cart corrals. Up in my apartment, I could already picture the routine. Unlock door, drop keys in the bowl by the light switch, kick shoes off toward the AC unit, microwave leftovers, maybe fall asleep to some stupid video, just so the room did not feel so quiet. The stairwell smelled like it always did. Old carpet, someone's overcooked dinner earlier. Faint hint of cleaning chemicals that never quite killed the deeper, older smell of the building. The exit sign at the end of the hallway buzzed its steady insect whine. The hall light hummed in sympathy. I turned the corner toward my door, fishing the key out of my pocket without looking. My shoe landed on something that crackled. I froze mid-step, weight balanced awkwardly, heel half down, like my body knew before my brain did that whatever it was, it mattered. Slowly, I shifted my foot back. A corner of white peeked out from under my sole, folded into a narrow rectangle. It was placed so precisely against the base of my door that, in dimmer light, I could have missed it entirely and just kicked it into the apartment by accident. I did not need to unfold it to know what it was. Still, my hands did it anyway, fingers clumsy, the paper making a dry, thin sound as it opened. Pencil, lines, my room. This time, the angle was different. The first drawing had shown my living room from above, an impossible, God's eye view from outside the apartment. This one was as intimate as a breath on the back of the neck. The viewpoint was from the hallway, right where I stood when I unlocked my door. The page held the rectangle of my open doorway. The slice of my apartment you can see from there. The edge of the couch, the foot of my bed, the lamp, the window showing a strip of parking lot glow. In the drawing, the bed was filled. A figure lay on the mattress, on their side, back to the door. The pencil strokes on the hair were short, messy, sticking up wrong in a way I recognized too well. How my hair always looks after sleep, flattened and chaotic. The blanket was pulled up to about shoulder height, the shape of the body underneath suggested by subtle shading and curves. My face was not visible. That should have made it less personal. It did not. The window above the bed was framed in. Outside, the Walmart sign was not drawn in full, just hinted at through the diffuse gray wash of light spilling into the room. Everything inside the apartment was made of that color. No sharp shadows, just soft gradations. The effect was exactly right for what the lot looks like at 2 or 3 a.m., when the sky is black, but the world is still lit like perpetual late evening. The lamp on my nightstand was off in the drawing. On the little square tabletop beside the bed, my phone sat where I always left it. The rectangle of it was carefully shaded, screen completely dark. It took me a second to realize why that mattered. When I fall asleep scrolling, sometimes the phone goes to sleep in my hand. Sometimes I drop it face down. Sometimes a notification lights it up again in the middle of the night, painting my ceiling with a brief rectangle of blue-white. In this drawing, it was definitively, completely off. No glow. No notifications. As if whoever was watching had either waited until nothing interrupted the dark or wanted to show that, in this version, nothing would. My skin felt too tight. The hallway around me pulsed briefly, with the AC cycling on in someone else's unit. A low rumble through the wall. The exit sign hummed. A car door down in the lot thudded shut, sound traveling up through the concrete and drywall. I forced myself to look away from the bed in the drawing and scan the rest of the page, searching for words, for some clue or taunt like the last time. For a few seconds, I thought there was nothing. No second real one. No "I'll finish." No block letters carved into the margin. Just the image. Then, in the bottom right corner, I saw it. A tiny rectangle, drawn like a TV screen in the corner of a bigger TV screen. Inside it, a few quick lines suggested part of the scene again. The door frame, the edge of the bed. Underneath, in small, neat block letters, were 4 words. Cam 2, North Lot. It took me a second to parse what I was looking at. It wasn't a label for some actual camera in my building. We didn't have more than that one cheap dome at the end of the hall. This was something else. The drawing of my bedroom wasn't just a drawing. It was a view, a feed, a labeled angle, like the squares on the security monitor in the lodge by the lake, like the black and white box my building manager had shown me from the hallway camera. Cam 2, North Lot. I pictured a bank of imaginary monitors somewhere, each one showing some part of my life from a slightly impossible angle. One labeled common room, one labeled bunks, one labeled dock. Now, one labeled north lot. Like my entire existence over this Walmart was a segment in some private surveillance project. Whoever had left this page wasn't just stalking me. They were thinking like the person who had filled that old sketchbook, obsessed with angles, sight lines, vantage points, turning rooms into frames and people into figures in those frames, turning me into a view. I realized I was standing exactly where the drawing's viewpoint was drawn from, the hallway, feet planted just outside the threshold of my own door. The idea made me feel like I'd stepped into a chalk outline already drawn around my body. The sounds of the building sharpened. Somewhere, a toilet flushed. A laugh floated up faintly from the parking lot. The AC unit in my apartment kicked off with a little shudder, and for 1 second, everything went quieter than it should have. I folded the page carefully, trying not to smudge the graphite, and slid it into my pocket instead of walking inside. The key, still pinched between 2 fingers, dug into my palm. I did not go in right away. Instead, I turned around and leaned my back against my own door, facing the hallway. It wasn't long, 10 feet, maybe 12, from my threshold to the opposite wall. Beige paint, scuffed in places where people had bumped furniture. A red fire extinguisher case bolted halfway down. The cheap black dome of the building's camera at the very end, giving up its smudged fisheye view. I imagined a figure sitting on the floor, directly opposite my door, knees pulled up, back against the wall. Hood up or head bare, it didn't really matter. A sketchbook balanced on their thighs, pencil moving in soft, quiet strokes. They wouldn't need to break in to get the angle right. They would only need me to be careless one time, to leave the door open while I grabbed something from the sink or the table, to fall asleep with it cracked in the summer when the AC couldn't keep up. They could sit there for minutes or hours, as long as they were quiet and the other tenants stayed inside. The buzzing exit sign would cover the tiny sounds of pencil on paper. The camera at the end of the hall, if it even worked, would record nothing but a seated human shape that might be a neighbor resting, unless the footage mysteriously glitched again. Cam 2, North Lot. The thought slid in cold. What if this drawing wasn't from memory at all? What if it was live, or close to it? What if, as I stood there in the hallway, imagining someone outside my door, someone had already been there, on some other night, watching me sleep under the wash of Walmart light, counting my breaths, studying the way the shadows moved across my face. The envelope in my parents' drawer held a drawing of my childhood room, labeled First Real One. Now my pocket held a drawing of my current bedroom, labeled in the language of surveillance. The space between those 2 pieces of paper felt smaller than it had any right to. I unlocked my door finally and stepped inside, shutting it quickly behind me, turning both the lock and the deadbolt with more force than necessary. The AC unit rattled back to life. The fridge hummed. The world tried to sound normal again. I didn't turn the lamp on. Instead, I stood in the dark by the door, phone in my hand, listening to my own breathing, to the building, to the faint, distant rustle of the lot outside. Then, without meaning to, I stepped forward and looked back at my open doorway from inside, trying to see what someone in the hall would see. My own room framed in that rectangle, my bed, my lamp, the small, stupid details that made it mine. I could feel, like a physical pressure, the idea of someone sitting out there, back against the painted wall. The buzz of the exit sign above them, sketching patiently every night my door was open, even a crack, putting me on some private grid of cameras, turning my life into their second real one. Right now, as I am typing this, it is 1:37 a.m. If you are hearing this on some horror channel in the future, it is probably a different time for you. You might be driving home from work. You might be lying in bed with your phone face down on the pillow, or listening through earbuds while you pretend to scroll something else. For me, it is exactly 1:37 a.m. in a second-floor apartment over a Walmart parking lot on Hamilton Road in Columbus, Ohio. The AC is humming through the wall unit under my window. It is not a soothing sound tonight. It is a low, steady drone with a faint rattle in it, like something loose inside the metal housing is trying to shake itself free. The fridge is cycling beside me. It comes on in little bursts, the compressor catching with a dull thunk, and then a grumble that vibrates through the cheap floor. Every time it shuts off, there is a tiny click, and the silence that follows feels too sharp. Outside, if I stop typing and really listen, I can hear traffic on Hamilton. Not the daytime roar, just the occasional whoosh of a lone car passing through the green light, tires hissing on the pavement. Every so often, someone in the Walmart lot below hits their lock button twice, and their car chirps up at me. Beep, beep. That cheerful, fake security sound. My laptop fan whirs under my wrists. The keys make a soft plastic clack. My fingers are trembling just enough that every few words I hit the wrong letter and have to backspace. I keep expecting some other sound to cut through all of this. A knock, a footstep outside my door. That tiny human exhale I heard on the corrupted hallway footage. So far, it has just been the building. Earlier tonight, before I sat down to write this, I drove out to my parents' house. It was late enough that the neighborhood looked like a photograph of itself from 20 years ago. Same houses, same trees. One new minivan. That was it. The air smelled like damp leaves and someone grilling 2 streets over. I went inside, said hi, lied about just wanting to grab something I left here, and walked straight to the hallway cabinet by the bathroom. Bottom drawer. Under old insurance forms, appliance manuals, tax folders. The manila envelope was still there. The ink on my mom's handwriting had faded a little. Darren, Camp. I took it back here. It is on the coffee table right now, open. Next to it is a newer sheet of paper in a clear evidence bag the cops gave back to me after they'd finished whatever they did with it. One page is off-white and slightly brittle at the edges. The other is bright white. Both are covered in pencil. First real one, second real one. This time, I'll finish. I have them side by side, like I'm trying to solve a puzzle I already know the answer to. The lettering matches. I don't just mean the words. I mean the way they are formed. The pressure of the pencil is the same, pressed hard enough that if you run your finger over the back of the page, you can feel the grooves. The capital R's have that same little hooked leg, like whoever wrote them learned the letter once in 2nd grade and never changed it. The spacing between letters, the way the lines tilt just a little downward toward the right, it is all identical. I am not a handwriting expert. I am just someone who has spent too many hours staring at these pages with the kind of attention you usually only give to faces. But I'm telling you, the The same hand that wrote first real one when I was 12 wrote second real one and this time I'll finish last week. I am also telling you that the person that hand belongs to knows exactly what this kind of story does to a person. I know you are used to people sending in these long confessions, asking the channel, asking the commenters, asking the internet, what should I do? Do you think it's real? Am I overreacting? I am not doing that. I am not asking you to fix this. The police could not fix it when it was a kid with a sketchbook, and they cannot fix it now that it is a man who knows how to kill 3 minutes of hallway footage. Therapists want you to talk about your childhood and your feelings about your father. Cops want something they can put in a box labeled crime. I do not think what is happening to me fits neatly into either. What I want is simple. I want there to be a record of this that does not live on my hard drive, that does not sit in a bottom drawer in my parents' house, that does not exist only in my apartment. The same apartment someone has already mapped well enough to draw me sleeping in it. I want it to live in other people's heads too. So if I wake up one night to something worse than a drawing, there is at least a paper trail made of voices. My nerves are shot. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. As I type this, every tiny noise in here hits me like a jump scare. A minute ago, the ice maker in the freezer decided to dump a batch of cubes into the tray. It did what it always does, a brittle crack and then a hollow clatter. But my heart still jumped hard enough that I actually laughed once, this short, stupid sound that did not match the fear in my chest at all. Upstairs, my neighbor flushed their toilet. The pipes inside the wall made a long, dragging groan, followed by a rush like someone inhaling sharply and then exhaling through clenched teeth. I flinched so hard my fingers slipped off the keys. There is a clock on the wall above my TV. It ticks. It has been ticking since I moved in. Tonight, every click lands in my head like a footstep in a hallway. Part of me feels ridiculous, even telling you this. I am a grown man, late 20s, working nights, paying rent, buying my own groceries. I am too old to be afraid of sketches and hall sounds. Another part of me remembers being 12 years old in that bunk room, watching a boy lean over his drawing and whisper to himself while everyone else slept. That part of me knows that once somebody proves to you that a room you thought was yours has already been seen, already been traced, already been pinned on some invisible grid in someone else's head, you do not ever really get that room back. That is the part I think Darren, if it is still Darren, was always interested in. Not the act itself. Not whatever the real one is supposed to be. The in-between. The years where you live in one place after another, and each time, no matter how cheap or ugly or forgettable the apartment is, there is a corner of your brain mentally circling the window and the bed and the door and thinking, what does this look like from outside, from above, from just around that corner? The years where you watch the news and see a live shot of some little rental house 2 towns over and feel a cold recognition in your stomach because the angle the cameraman chose is exactly the angle a certain type of person would stand at. The years where every car chirp, every AC cycle, every second of sudden silence makes you wonder if the building is taking a breath on its own or because something else just entered the scene. I keep glancing at my front door while I type. It is locked, deadbolt thrown, chain across. The peephole shows nothing but the opposite wall and the red glow of the exit sign bleeding into the beige paint. Still, I hear things. A soft shift of weight in the hallway. Probably someone from 22 coming home late. The whisper of socks on carpet. At one point, the building settles and the frame gives a tiny pop, like a knuckle cracking. I stop typing every time that happens. My fingers hover over the keys. The sound of my own breathing gets louder until it drowns out the fridge. The AC kicks off, and for one pure second, everything falls quiet. That second is the worst. I know you have heard it too, wherever you are. In your house, your apartment, your car. The one heartbeat moment where all the machines that usually cover the silence pause at once. No fan, no fridge, no upstairs TV. Just you and the sound of your own lungs and the blood in your ears. I think that quiet is the space he wants. Not the scream, not the chase. The quiet right before you know which way it is going to go. If I sound a little unhinged, it is because I am currently sitting in a room that exists in at least two different sets of lines. The ones my landlord drew when he pulled the building plans out of a filing cabinet years ago, and the ones Darren put down in pencil, pressed deep into cheap paper, labeling my life as Second Real One. The AC just cycled back on. The fridge followed a beat later. A car chirped twice in the lot. Somewhere in the store below, I imagine an overnight stalker facing shelves under the buzzing lights, glancing up at the convex mirror and seeing nothing but themselves. I am going to keep typing this until I either run out of things to say or the building gives me a reason to stop. Either way, if you are hearing it, it means it made it out of this room. That, more than anything, is the only leverage I have against whatever is outside the door. I am going to tell you exactly when this part happens. I am looking at the corner of my laptop screen right now. It says 1:52 a.m. The AC is still humming. The fridge is still grumbling. Someone upstairs still has their TV on. Some late-night infomercial leaking down through the ceiling in muffled bursts. Out in the lot, a car just rolled by, tires hissing on the asphalt, and then chirped itself shut. I am typing this sentence. Right now, everything in this building sounds normal. And as my fingers land on the word normal, my AC just stopped mid-sentence. Not a gentle fade, not a cycle ending. It cuts. 1 second it is there, that low mechanical breath, the rattle in the metal housing. And the next, it is gone, like someone hit a kill switch. The fridge follows a fraction of a second later. There is a soft, final click from inside the unit, and the low vibration I have been feeling through the floor vanishes. The faint whine in the back of my teeth that I did not even know was there disappears with it. Above me, the TV goes quiet. No more canned laughter. No more advert voice promising to fix someone's life for 3 easy payments of $99,999. Just nothing. Even the exit sign in the hallway outside my door stops buzzing. I did not realize how loud that sign was until it shut up. There is usually this constant, insectile hum bleeding through the crack under the door. A high, steady note that lives in the same frequency range as your nerves. Now it is gone. For exactly 1 long second, there is nothing. No hum, no traffic, no car alarms, no upstairs plumbing, no ice dropping in the freezer, no electricity whispering in the walls. Just the faint ringing in my ears, like the leftover echo after someone slams a door far away. It is not the kind of quiet you get in the woods, where there is still wind, still insects, still night animals moving through the brush. It is the quiet of a machine that has been turned off, a building taking a breath and forgetting to let it out. In that second, I hear a sound that does not belong to any appliance I own. It is small, precise, mechanical. A tiny click from directly outside my door. Not loud, not dramatic. Just crisp and close, like it happened inches from the cheap wood. My brain throws up two options in the space of that heartbeat. One, it is the little plastic housing of the hallway camera shifting as the power blips and returns, something inside it resetting. The cheap black dome twisting a degree, a relay inside snapping back into place. Two, it is the sound of a retractable pencil being pressed. That tiny, distinct note of plastic on plastic, spring engaging, lead sliding forward. The same sound I have heard 1,000 times in classrooms and break rooms. The same sound a boy made in a bunk room once, clicking his pencil in and out while he stared at something only he could see. I do not know which it is. The second ends. The AC roars back to life with a hiccup, like it had been punched and just remembered its job. The fridge wakes up and starts humming again from somewhere behind my left shoulder. Upstairs, the TV snaps back on mid-commercial, a manic voice mid-promise. Somewhere down on Hamilton, a car passes, the sound knifing through the newborn hum. The exit sign in the hall starts buzzing again, that familiar mosquito tone seeping under the door. The building's noises rush back all at once, jostling each other for space in my head. The normal sounds, the ones that let you pretend everything is fine. I have not moved. My hands are frozen above the keyboard, fingers curved, not quite touching the keys. My eyes are on the door. It is just a door. Thin wood, cheap brass knob, chain, deadbolt. The bottom edge is uneven, warped a little from years of humidity, so there is a narrow band of shadow where the hall light leaks in under it. In that strip, nothing moves. No feet step past. No shadow interrupts the glow from the hall. The door does not rattle. The knob does not turn. If someone was out there, if someone was sitting on the carpet with their back against the opposite wall, sketchbook on their knees, pressing the tip of a mechanical pencil in and out, while the entire building took one shared, held breath. They are perfectly still now. I could get up. The distance from my couch to the door is 6 steps. 7 if I drag my feet. I could cross the room, put my eye to the peephole, and see something. Beige wall, red extinguisher case, maybe the round black shape of the camera at the end of the hall, maybe a person, closer than I want them to be. I could undo the chain, twist the deadbolt, and open the door fast, like ripping off a bandage. I sit there. The laptop screen glows in front of me, cursor blinking at the end of the half-finished sentence where I wrote that everything sounded normal. The letters on the keyboard are a little shiny from wear. I notice stupid details like that when I do not want to think about the bigger ones. My heart is beating in that way, where you feel it in your throat, like it might jump out of your mouth if you open it. The AC hums, the fridge hums, the exit sign hisses. Someone upstairs laughs at something on TV. Out in the lot, another car chirps itself locked. The building has resumed its routine. The only evidence that anything happened is the memory of that one silent second and that single, clean click. I stay where I am. If you are listening to this, you probably have an opinion about that. Half of you are yelling, "Get up! Look! Check the camera, check the hall, check everything." The other half are yelling, "Do not open the door. Ever. Stay where you are. Call someone." Here is the thing. I have been on both sides of that argument already. When I was 12, in that cabin by the lake, I woke up at 2:47 a.m. to whispering, and the silhouette of a boy sitting on the edge of the top bunk, leaning down toward me. His hand moved slowly in the air, tracing lines I could not see. The PA speaker at the top of the stairs popped with static, like someone almost pressed the button and then pulled their finger back. I did not sit up. I did not call out. I did not run to a counselor's room and demand to know why someone was watching us sleep. I lay there and pretended to be asleep until morning. Later, when I tried to tell adults what had happened, they all asked the same kind of questions. Are you sure? Did you actually see him do anything? Could it have been a dream? Why didn't you say something in the moment? What I learned in that cabin was not that adults do not care. Some of them did. My parents tried. A cop sat in our kitchen and took notes. A youth pastor looked at a drawing and went pale. What I really learned was this: just because you do not see someone, just because you do not catch them in the act, does not mean they were not standing over you for a very long time. The absence of proof does not undo the fact that for a while, your body and your room belonged to someone else's gaze. Tonight, my peephole will not show me whether someone sat in this hallway for 3 minutes while the camera glitched. It will not play back the sound of that mechanical click. At best, it will show me a late-night neighbor pretending they were just passing through. At worst, it will show me nothing at all. Either way, it will not put the second of silence back in my chest, so I do not get up. I sit there, hands hovering over the keys, and I write this instead. I type, "My AC just stopped mid-sentence." I type, "For exactly 1 long second, there was total silence in my apartment and the hallway outside." I type about the click, about the way everything swung back into motion right after, like a scene cutting cleanly between 2 shots. Some things are cameras, some things are eyes, some things are just a person sitting very still on the other side of a door, waiting to see what you will do when the world around you goes quiet. I am not going to give him the satisfaction of opening it. By the time you hear this, it will not be 1:52 a.m. in my apartment anymore. It might be 9 p.m. where you are, or 4 in the afternoon, or 6 in the morning on your commute. You might be listening to this with a YouTube tab buried behind 3 others while you pretend to work, or with your phone face down on your nightstand. Screen off. Just a voice in the dark. I keep trying to picture you, the way I've been picturing myself all night. Maybe you are in bed right now, lying on your side with your box fan humming on the dresser. The blades make that steady, lazy whir, pushing warm air around. There is a little LED on the base that glows blue or green. Your blinds are half shut, and a streetlight outside paints a pale bar on your wall. Maybe you are in a small apartment living room, not that different from mine. A secondhand couch, a TV on a cheap stand, kitchen off to the side, a white fridge that kicks on and off with a low, tired thrum. Upstairs, your neighbor's footsteps go back and forth. Every once in a while, a pipe knocks in the wall, and you tell yourself it's just the building settling, because what else could it be? Maybe you are in a parked car outside a 24/7 store, heater ticking as it cools, or blowing just enough warm air to keep the windshield from fogging. The glow from the store sign reflects off your hood. Your phone is propped up on the dash, screen too bright for your eyes, audio routed through the sad factory speakers. Every time someone walks past, your mirrors shake a little. Here is what I am not going to tell you. I am not going to say, change your locks, I am not going to say, buy a gun. I am not going to say, move out, move states, move back in with your parents, and never sleep alone again. Not because those are bad ideas, necessarily. Not because you shouldn't protect yourself, but because somewhere between a church cabin in southern Ohio and a second-floor apartment over a Walmart lot, I learned something worse than, you might get hurt. I learned that people like Darren, if this is still Darren, do not need to break in to win. They do not need to smash a window. They do not need to pick your lock. They do not have to stand over your bed with a knife or a rope or anything you can photograph later and hand to a detective. All they need is time. All they need is patience. All they need is a way to watch. I know how that sounds. Paranoid. Dramatic. Like something out of a found footage movie with a bad rating. So let me make it very plain. I have checked my apartment. I have checked the obvious places and the stupid ones. Behind the blinds, under the bed, in the air vent, around the smoke detector, in the corners of the ceiling. I have run my fingers along the door frame, feeling for pinholes or wires. I have looked for screws that do not match, for little black lenses tucked into places they do not belong. I have found nothing. No cameras, no holes, no microphones taped up under tables, no evidence of someone physically hiding in the walls. And yet, someone drew my living room from a height you cannot get without being outside my front door, looking in. Someone drew my bedroom from just outside the frame, as if they were sitting in the hallway with their back against the opposite wall, waiting for my door to drift open an inch. Someone labeled my life Second Real One in the same hand that labeled my childhood bedroom First Real One. Someone signed that page with confidence, not with a name, but with a pattern. I do not know if that someone is Darren. I do not know if he survived whatever his life turned into after his parents drove him away from that camp. I do not know if he grew up, changed his name, got a job, learned how to kill 3 minutes of security camera footage with a laptop he bought used off Facebook Marketplace. I do not know if Dan in the stockroom is him. I do not know if Dan is just an unlucky stranger with a familiar way of looking at rooms. I do not know if this is a copycat who somehow got the story from a police note in some old database, someone who read the words First Real One in a report and decided they wanted to write the sequel. I do not know. And that is the part that matters. If I knew, if I had a face, a confirmed name, an address, a folder full of evidence, this would be a different kind of story. It might end with an arrest, or with a body, or with a courtroom and a sentence, and a line of victims reading statements. Instead, what I have is this: 2 sheets of paper, a watch that disappeared when I was 12 and came back when I was nearly 30, a break-in that left my things but moved my furniture, 3 minutes of hallway footage turned to static, a mechanical click in the 1 second of silence when the building forgot to breathe, and the knowledge that somewhere, someone has been paying attention to the shape of my rooms for longer than most of my friendships have lasted. While I talk to you, while you picture your own place, somebody like him could be looking at your house right now. Not from a drone, not from some high-tech rig, just from the sidewalk, from the parking lot, from the corner of a shared hallway. They could be looking at the way your blinds tilt, the way your TV light spills across your ceiling, the way your front door is framed by the rest of the building. They could be thinking in angles and sight lines and camera labels. Cam 1, living room. Cam 2, hallway, Cam 3, bedroom. It does not take much to turn a home into a diagram. I am not telling you this to make you tear your place apart looking for hidden lenses. I am not telling you this to make you barricade your door and never leave. Plenty of people live their entire lives with windows and doors and blinds and never cross paths with someone like Darren. But I want you to know what it feels like when you do. So here is the last thing I am going to give you. A tiny, stupid test you can fail without anything happening, but one that you will think about later anyway. At some point tonight, wherever you are, there will be 1 second where everything around you cuts off at the same time. Maybe it will be in your bedroom. Your AC will cycle off. Your box fan will stutter and wind down. Your fridge, 2 rooms away, will finish its run. The traffic outside will dip for a heartbeat. The TV in the next apartment will hit a quiet moment. Your building will exhale, and then, not right away, it will inhale again. Maybe it will be in your living room, while you are scrolling through comments or letting autoplay move you from video to video. Maybe it will be in your car, engine off, heater dying, radio between stations. It will last longer than you think and shorter than you want. If, in that second, you hear even the lightest little click, like a pencil being pressed, like a plastic camera casing settling, like someone shifting their weight just outside your door. I am not saying it is him. I am not saying Darren found you. I am not saying you're on anyone's grid. I am just saying it means you were not alone in that silence. I am going to hit send on this now. If nothing ever happens again, if no more pages come, if no more boxes appear, if the hallway footage never glitches a second time, then all I did was waste your time, and you can put this down as just another creepy story a stranger told you on the internet. If my story ends up on your channel after someone else forwards it in, after I stop showing up to my shift over the parking lot, after my manager shrugs and says he just stopped coming in one day, then at least you will know this much. I was not his first real one. I was just the first one to notice